circumstances, baby. No, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said that proving God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord weighs the rent, school fee too, partner drop bones, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man. He was so poor, he didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times. Oh, there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. The thief was down to his last breath, hanging there and can't wait. When he turned to the master and said, Lord have mercy on me, he was just a broken vessel. That Jesus washed away his sins. 'Cause there's none a broken vessel that God can make. Oh, there's none a broken vessel God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time faith. Lord Almighty, Jesus sees the potter, and we are just the clay. And even when the vessel is broken, He would throw the clay away. Bring Him all of your problems, your troubles, and your sin. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel Almighty God can make. Yeah, there's not a broken vessel that God can make. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Yeah, there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel God can make. This old sinful world, only a comfort I can't afford. Striving alone to face temptation, so where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking no refuge for my soul. Needed a friend to save me in bed. Where would I go back to my Lord? Life here is grand with friends I love so deep. Comfort I get from God's own words. Yet when I face the chilling hand of death, where would I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needed a friend to guide me till the end. Where do I go back to my Lord? So where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go?
Good afternoon to all my listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. Yes, and troubled times. The war in the Middle East that is taking a toll on the world, And we in this part of the world, the Caribbean, yes, we are also feeling the impact. And what about the people in the affected areas? We know that innocent lives will be lost. Well, at home, we continue to pay attention to the post-hurricane rehabilitation. Yes, what is happening to our fellow Jamaicans. And what is going to happen with the removal of the Cuban health program. Yes, those spaces will have to be filled, so we are hoping the government is in the process now of planning to recruit the replacement. All right, we are going to start this evening program with a well-known public commentator and journalist, Lloyd Aguilar. Lloyd, good evening to you this evening.
Good evening to you, Desmond. Good to be on your program.
Yes, sir. And I know you have been watching the bloodshed, the war in the Middle East, and so many other developments. But let us start with the war. What are your expectations so far as Jamaica is concerned, Lloydie?
Well, Jamaica, like the rest of the world, will suffer the consequences of what is going on in Iran, United States and Israel attacking Iran, and now Israel is attacking Lebanon as well. And as a result of that, oil shipment to this part of the world has slowed down, has been affected, and because it's been affected, oil prices are going up, and that is going to affect the worldwide economy. And so Jamaica will be part of it, even though, we are not close by, but it's going to affect our economy. But it's also very depressing when you turn on your TV and you read the newspapers and you see the attacks that are going on Iran and Lebanon for no good reason, because you have so many other powers that have nuclear weapons, and they're just as much a threat to the rest of us as Iran would be a threat to the rest of the world. Nobody is attacking. China is not attacking America. Now America attacking China. They say, well, boy, we don't want you to have nuclear weapons. So it means, therefore, that countries that don't have nuclear weapons, even if Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons, can't think about it, because those who have nuclear weapons will tell you that you can't get it and you can't go down that road. We need to have a worldwide discussion about that, because we cannot trust the countries, any country, right, that has a nuclear weapon, that it has the power and the right to use it whenever it suits that country, and to prevent the rest of the world from having nuclear weapons as well. And nobody is godlike. and is going to respect your rights, etc., etc. So the politics and the logic of what is going on in Iran just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And we the people, we have to speak out against it, because what is so shocking is that we look at what happened in Gaza, where Israel completely destroyed Gaza, destroyed all the buildings, the schools, the hospitals, whatever you want to think of. And they're very happy about it, and they continue to do it, even though there has been a peace treaty, a peace agreement. Well, what it therefore means is that this is what they're going to do to Iran. They're going to destroy Iran as much as they have destroyed Iraq. I'm sorry, as much as they have destroyed Gaza, So they have no feelings about what is going on there at all. It is quite justified as far as they are concerned. I must remember that the United States is a big supporter of Israel. They have been giving them weapons. They've been giving them weapons for decades now. And during the Gaza, the genocide, they were being supplied by the United States. Biden left office, he was supporting them, and Donald Trump came into office and he's supporting them as well. And so that is a very frightening and very discomforting situation that is going on there. It means that, if the United States or Israel decides that they don't want this country or that country, then they can use the same tactics. And they are now telling us that Cuba will now be the focus. As soon as they sort out the situation in Iran, the focus will be on Cuba. And that is what is going to affect us even more directly when Cuba now becomes a target for the United States and whoever else. So it's a very painful experience that we as a people of the world are going through right now, to see all the killings and the destruction that is going on.
Yes, of course. What, from your perspective, Lydie, what are some of the measures that we can take to protect ourselves? I mean, as you know, is there anything that we can do, or we have to just throw our hands in the air and hope for the best?
Well, I believe that the other countries of the world are just not doing enough where this is concerned. The countries are individually, one may say, well, boy, we believe that you should stop doing what you're doing. They haven't got together and say, well, all right, let's have a international discussion. All the countries of the world who don't support what is going on there, we're going to get together, and this is what will be the result of it. Nobody is doing anything, right? Neither Europe nor China nor Russia that affect us. We the people, I've seen some countries, there have been lots of mass protests taking place, right? And in some European countries, etc. And I believe that this kind of thing needs to happen in many other countries, that we the people have to stand up and say to the government, listen, you are not taking a position, and we want you to take a position where this is concerned. It has to come to an end, because the world could be destroyed, as a result of what's going on. Any time they want, they could use nuclear weapons against Iran or Lebanon or whatever it is. It's possible. Yeah. So we just not speaking up, and we must remember that atomic bombs were dropped in Japan towards the end of World War II, right? And you know, if it's costing America a lot of money, billions of dollars, to be sending weapons into Iran, and it's going to take 2-3 years to totally destroy the country, it's possible that you may step up the kind of weapons that you're using, that something could even be more devastating, so that you can get the Iranian government to surrender, and you can come in and take over the country and do whatever it is that you want. Because that is what they are now saying. They are saying that they want them to capitulate, and they want to turn over the country to the United States and Israel. And they will decide who the leadership, who the government is, etc. This is a very frightening world experience that we are going through right now.
Yes. Just, we will just shift the focus a little. Right now in Jamaica, we saw where the Cuban medical team, which has been in Jamaica for many years, the government has ended that relationship, and now we know that a void is left in the health system. What do you make of this decision?
Yes, well, this decision is obviously, the government don't want to admit it, but it's obviously in response to the United States telling the Caribbean countries and other countries that are receiving medical assistance from Cuba to end it. And they're trying to give you some, some little pointers to say, well, boys, not because of the United States, because of this or because of that. And it's just not believable, it's just not credible. They are doing it because the United States is telling them to stop receiving doctors from Cuba. And the fact is that, yes, the doctors have to be paid, or Cuba has to be paid, obviously. The doctors are going to come here free. They have to rent wherever they're renting or whatever, feed themselves. So they have to be paid. And so they're playing games about who the money goes to and all that kind of stuff. Give Cuba credit that Cuba is, because of the revolution of 1959, has been able to develop their social order in such a way that they can produce so many doctors that they not only can take care of their own medical health situation, but they're able to offer doctors and nurses to countries there and help them. So give Cuba credit for that. And what is going to happen in Jamaica now is that because the government is doing what the United States is telling them to do, then we're going to have a shortage of doctors and nurses in this country, and our healthcare system is already deficient. It's deficient in many, many, many ways, including doctors not having enough doctors, still have not enough medical equipment, and so on and so forth. And people die sometimes when they go to the hospital, and they're seriously injured, etc., etc., and we're just not able to take care of them. So what it means is that it's going to get worse. And we should also mention that we don't have free health care in Jamaica at all. We do not have free health care. In Cuba, they have free health care. And why is it that Cuba has free health care? We don't have free health care in Jamaica. We have lots of poor people, etc. And this is a very big issue that is going on. So we also need to talk about that. We also need to make the government know that we don't accept the explanation that they are giving to us in terms of why they have ended the relationship with Cuba. We are getting healthcare is concerned. Do they care about the health of the people in Jamaica? We have to have a discussion about that.
Yes, and also we hope that the government is now putting plans in place to replace those doctors and nurses who are no longer with us. I would hope that. I hope they are doing.
Yeah, sorry. No, I'm saying that they're giving the impression that they have discovered this country or that country or whatever it is that will send the doctors here. It's not believable. Okay, it's not believable. And but they will tell you that to say, well, listen, we're not creating any crisis because we have found this country or that country. So what is the financial arrangements with this country or that country? We're sending doctors and nurses to Jamaica. And they're going to have to do the same kind of deal or something similar to what was being done with Cuba. Is it going to be any much better than what was happening with Cuba? The credibility, there's a credibility crisis, and they're just not believable. And our healthcare system is going to deteriorate and it's going to get worse. Yes.
Then tomorrow the Minister of Finance is supposed to be presenting the budget. But we are now in the third month of this year. And so far, have you seen any signs that things are going to be better for the poorer class of Jamaicans?
Well, the most important thing where the poorer class of Jamaicans is concerned is that there will be increased taxes, right? Taxes will be increased, and because they're saying that Melissa damaged and they have to come up with more money to fix what has been going on. There is also, again, the credibility, transparency problems where millions of dollars have come in from donors and other countries, etc. And there is no accountability where that money is concerned, how it was spent, how much they got, etc., etc. There's just been no transparency where that is concerned. And so now they're going to increase taxes on we the people, and the same transparency and accountability crisis will be there, issues will be there. And so it's going to have an effect on poor working class people, and they may put a little more taxes on the rich, but as we all know, the rich pass on the taxes to the poor, and that's how it works. So the rich, the big businessmen, they haven't been taxed for the past 10 years. The government boasts, each time they have a budget presentation, they boast that they have not imposed any new taxes. And I believe that is nothing to boast about, because yes, if you can boast that you didn't impose taxes, increase taxes on the poor, then fine, we will applaud you for that. But if you will tell us that the rich and the powerful and those making billions of dollars have not been taxed and we're proud of that, well then we can't accept that. We cannot accept that at all. And so therefore, this is now the issue that is arising where the budget is concerned: transparency, accountability, corruption, and the effect that it is going to have on poor working class Jamaicans here. For example, they try to play games with us by telling us that they want a better health situation by people not drinking sugary drinks and so on. Well, what is the alternative? If the people are going to bring sugary drinks, what are you offering them that is more healthy and that is cheaper than the sugary drinks that they won't be able to afford because you're putting taxes on it? It's just not credible. Absolutely not credible. And if anybody knows since Melissa, food, especially fruits, has escalated the price of it. If you go there now, you either don't see a ripe banana, or if you see a ripe banana, it's $150 that is being charged for a ripe banana. And those are the kind of alternatives to sugary drinks that would be helpful to people's health. But that is not affordable. So what it means then is that people will continue to drink sugary drinks, and they will have to pay more money to drink the sugary drinks that is the cheapest thing that is out there, but it's still going to be costing them. So, the credibility of how they are going about this thing is lacking. There's just no credibility at all. And then, there's a little dispute going on between the two political parties about the NHF, National, NHT, kind of they charge, they tax you for the
you're talking about the 11 billion that is being taken up.
I beg your pardon?
You're talking about the 11 billion. You're talking about the 11 billion that is being taken from the NHT. That's what you're talking about?
Yes, National Housing Trust. And but this has been going on for a long time. All of both governments, they have the power to take money, NHT money, and use it to help deficiencies in the budget. So there's that going on, but it's not a credible discussion because it is a policy that has been going on, and the government is saying, yes, we have to use it because we have to do this and we have to do that. So there is still a housing crisis that exists as well. And we must remember that there is also a land issue for people, especially in the rural areas, where, you have to go capture a little piece of land in order to build a little house and all that kind of stuff. But the law is still there, which says that if you can't, if you haven't been living there for, X amount of 20, 30, 40 years, you can't claim the land, or if you haven't been paying the taxes for the land, you can't claim it. So the government still has the power to come in there and call you a squatter and mash up your house, mash up your farm, take it over from you, and maybe a big businessman or so want the land in order to do whatever he wants to do, and the government will facilitate that kind of thing. But the crown lands and everything else, as we all know, is captured land. It's captured from the original people who are living there. England captured, and when England turned over independence to Jamaica, they say, well, all right, so the crown lands here. And we still use that term, crown lands. Crown lands is captured land. And so we need land for the landless. That is something that came about, that was addressed after the Cuban Revolution in 1959. And we have talked about land lease in Jamaica here, but it never went deep, right? It never went deep, and they ended it, and so on and so forth. So land for the landless is still a big political, economic, and social issue that we have to address in Jamaica.
Certainly. And can you imagine, Lady, if we provide, if the government was to initiate a serious land reform program, what it would do for the country? Right away, it would improve the economy, because people now would have access to their own property, so they would be paying for it, right? Then they would be building on it. So you would start to see some economic improvement right around the country if a serious land reform program is initiated. The other thing that we have to look out for as a result of this war, Lloyd, is that it is going to impact the price of imported food, because certainly shipping costs is going to go up, and that is going to affect the price of food.
Absolutely, absolutely. And let's remember now that, a good portion of the food that we eat is imported.
Yes.
We have our own agriculture and so on and so forth. But, we still have to import a lot of food that comes into the country. As I was saying before, you can't find a banana out there on the road anymore, and so on and so forth, and the farmers will tell you that the mills are destroyed, and so on. So therefore, the cost of living and the food import bill is going to go up, and we can expect that poverty and hunger and so on is going to increase as we go along down the road. So yes, absolutely. We are in a very critical situation right now in terms of how we are going to resolve this problem, or how are we going to do it. Are we just not having a honest discussion with the powers that be? When the budget debate comes around, it is between the PNP and the GLP in Parliament. But I believe that we need a parliamentary system where the people can come inside the Parliament and stand up in front of the mic and give their own assessment of the budget and the deficiencies in the budget, what is needed, and so on and so forth. This parliamentary system where it's just PNP and GLP cussing each other or playing games with one another in order to make one side seem like they're for the poor people, and another one saying, no, you're not, and so on, but both not credible. We have to change this political system. It's just not credible. And there is a law in the parliamentary system where you can address Parliament. But the only time anybody can address Parliament who is not a member of Parliament is the king or the queen of some country who comes here, and they will give him or her the opportunity to go before Parliament and make a parliamentary speech. We have had the Queen of England and several other people that have come here and done that. But that is also possible that the people can be given that opportunity to come to Parliament and say, well, all right, we don't present a budget, but this is what we think about it. This is what we need in our community. This is what we need where land is concerned, wages are concerned, etc., 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 health, education. Why can't we have that kind of democracy? We talk about the word democracy, but that is just a formality where, a democracy is two political parties that have an election and so on. But that's a very limited kind of democracy. We want a democracy where the people can express themselves and speak up clearly and say, well, this is what is needed. Okay. We have to have that kind of discussion.
Yes. Well, Lady, we have to leave it there for today. We have exhausted our time, but as you know, we have to keep these issues on the front page. So to be continued. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much again for having me on your program, Desmond, and keep up the good work that you're doing.
Okay, sir. That is journalist Lloyd Aguilar there. We're talking about some current affairs. This is Rebel Radio. Let us go for a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware. Lord, I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready. I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me through the dark. You shine your light so I could see. Even when I was down on my knees, you set me free. Lord, you bring my shield from my enemies. In your loving home, that's where I got to be. To stay within your grace for the rest of my day. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, oh gosh, you move them all away. Lord, I turn to you when I'm in need. Your love is just like the air I breathe. Heavenly Father, you're truly a friend indeed. There is so much that I got to say. I could go on about you every day. Your name I will always praise for the rest of my days. Rest of my days. Rest of my days. Heavenly Father, yeah. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and we are going to take a look at the global atmosphere right now. When you look, you will see that the United States is dominating the scene right now. From all indications is that the United States is positioning itself. I want us to believe that it is now the imperial power in the world. As you know, one time Europe, England, our mother country, was once the ruler of the world. The Europeans. But America, after World War II, the Americans presented themselves on the world stage. But as we speak right now, President Trump is advancing the position as America as the imperial power. And is that something that is going to happen? And what are the implications? I have with me senior journalist Norris MacDonald. And as you know, Norris is a is a member of the diaspora, and he is right in the center of things in the U.S. Norris, good afternoon to you.
Yes, good afternoon, Desmond. Thank you for having me.
Yes. And, you know, one of the questions I would like to ask you right now is, I saw a poll, an NBC poll, that shows that 50% I think 54% of the American populace are not supporting the president's position on Iran. What are you seeing? How the people are taking this situation right now?
Well, thanks for you having me again. Okay, so in all the polls which I've taken, including CNN, even Fox News, which their supporters tend to more aligned with the president, all the polls, the public opinion is against America's involvement in the war, right?
Yes.
This attack on Iran. And it is driven by the number one issue. Trump ran that he would be ending wars on America and involvement in global conflict. A lot of the support he got was because the Democrats were the one where it tend to be like, whether it's Ukraine and other, going back from, say, the killing of Gaddafi, the Democrats tend to be too militarily involved. Now, as a general rule, America have a large footprint in the world. America have over 700 odd bases in the world. But it has reached a point where Americans are just tired of that because they're waging war by borrowing money while they're cutting back social services in America, including healthcare. So Trump had a big goodwill boost. Now he has betrayed his support, and many people are publicly opposed, including people like Tucker Carlson, you have Candace Owens, you have Marjorie Taylor Greene's large vocal supporters and so on. So that has helped to, it's the anti-war attitude in America, even amongst his own supporters.
Yes, because as we know, war is costly and war is ugly, right?
Yes, exactly.
But Norris, it would appear as if President Trump want to present America as the leading imperialist power in the world. Is that what you see the president is trying to do?
Yes, but you see, what he's trying to do, as I have written in the Glean and other places, that he's doing it on broke pocket. America do not have the money to be able to be imperial power. Before, one of the nature of imperialism is that it used to extract wealth from, say, Africa and other countries in the world, like America, Asia. So the wealth they extracted was what they could use now to keep up the domination and conquest of the world. But if you see what is happening in Africa, for example, Burkina Faso, many countries have taken back their wealth, they have taken back their gold, they have taken back their uranium. So there's that for example, in Niger, France gave Niger less than $1 per ton for the uranium ore, just like with bauxite in Jamaica and so on. So now he's trying to do something, trying to reclaim America's glory, where there's no money to do that. And in trying to do that, he has overextended America. For example, he's in Venezuela, where he's trying to where he kidnap President Maduro. He has a blockade on Cuba, evil blockade on Cuba. Now he's in Ecuador also, where American troops went inside. So everywhere you see this aggressive, this is one of the most aggressive militarism, imperialism which is taking place, which goes back to what they call, the so-called Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine was that period when America was emerging as a nation state, and America wanted to assert its power. This is a country like Philippines. They grab Philippines, they grab other countries, which were under the Spanish spear, right? They grab Guantanamo Bay. But that era is over. That era is completely over. So the notion of a one-done ruler in the world again is dead. It's dying. You see?
Yes. And I see where you indicated that this war with Iran, now that Iran has declared it as an holy war, which means that Muslims and the Shia Muslims are now going to have their support, and this means that this war could have some guerrilla warfare in it.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
And if you see what is happening with Iraq and with the Houthis, now these forces, remember America, Iraq, they set up military bases there. But now these bases are under attack because the movements inside there now, they're aligned with, in other words, America got out of Sunni Saddam was in and put the Shiites in power. Now these Shiites have their strong military forces, and all of them are attacking American military bases. So, in other words, America is trapped. Trump has trapped America into a mess, a quagmire, which when it's finally settled down, they're going to lose their large footprint in the Middle East. Right now, most of their bases have been destroyed. Right in the Arab countries, which ones hosted these bases, their main headquarters has been destroyed. CENTCOM. Their naval base headquarters has been destroyed. They took their troops and moved them into hotels, civilian infrastructure, which is very cowardly, if you ask me. And these hotels were attacked in the various countries and so on. Now, an interesting development takes place where the Arab countries, they met with President Putin, the council led by Saudi Arabia and the others, and they were condemning Iran. But as Labra asks a question, did you condemn Israel and America for what they're doing? So what has happened over the years that they allow their bases to be used, their countries to terrorize the people of the region and so on. Now that, as I said, the chicken has come home to roost.
Yes. So as it stands right now, although we are not getting coverage because the world media is not focusing on what is happening across the Arab world. But from all indications is that this war is getting bloodier, and it is likely that America might be forced to bring in ground forces in Iran.
You know, in terms of military doctrine, I'm saying that is really ridiculous. Now, there are certain principles of military doctrine, as you would know, sir, is that an invasion force has to be 3 times the ratio 3-to-1 of the people that are going to be invading. You have to come with a larger armed force to overcome the local army. Now, Iran is a country of 98 million people. They don't just have a very large standing army. They have the IGRC, which is the Islamic group, the Islamic military force, who in other words, they are God's army. And that's a difference in terms of military political doctrine in the West, right? So the idea that America will be able to put in a military force is really ridiculous. Now, the second point, he mentioned that the Kurds, which like they have Kurds in Iraq, Iran, Turkey, a lot of those border countries. Now, when they mentioned that they say will be arming the Kurds, immediately Iran sent some missile into their headquarters and amongst their military forces, so that answer that question. So the Kurdish leader met with the Iraqi president and said they're not going to be involved. Mm-hmm. So that solved that issue. So it's really the attempt to see if they could use strategic air dam, that so-called. No, by assassinating the Ayatollah Khomeini, who is like killing the Pope there, right? This is the head religious leader. Their country structured differently, where they have Khomeini is head of the country, but is the religious head, like how the Pope would be head of the Catholic Church, even though the Catholic Church don't have a standing army.
Yes.
So in other words, all this are backfired. Then the only thing they will be doing is cutting and running. Forget the bravado what Trump said. They're going to be cutting and running. Right now they're in crisis.
Yes. Yes. Well, when you look, Norris, the implications of this war is very widespread because as we speak, it is having a negative impact on the economies of many, many countries. And I am focused specifically on us in the Caribbean, where most of us are not oil-producing countries, where we import oil, where we import a lot of food. And this war is going to, it has already, and if it continues, it's going to get worse. Drive up the cost of shipping, drive up the cost of oil, and that is going to have a backlash on the economies of countries like Jamaica. And I know that it is going to increase the burden on us. But still in America, I have been talking to some Americans, people who live in America, and they are complaining about that the cost of food has gone up dramatically in America, Norris.
Okay, yeah, most definitely. Let's start with that. Now, before this war broke out, which oil and gas, petroleum cost feedback into everything generally as an economic rule, right? But before that, the impact of ice on raiding the farms and Latinos are the people who were primarily involved in agricultural production. White people don't go and farm, but and they thought African American black people would go back. It's like going back into slavery. Black people would say, "Oh, lad, I'm glad that you get rid of them. Let me go back and cut some cane or something." So that stupid notion that black people have gone back on the farms was so, So the price of food was going up from before. No, since with this thing now, you have oil and gas. You have gas is at just about $200 about $3. Now gas has got to reach up to $6 a gallon, right? So you have a feedback system.
In America?
Yes. Yes, in some states, but like especially California, you have some states, for example, they have a higher tax level, right?
Yes.
And the higher tax, so you have a range in which the prices of gas will rise, which is different from state to state, depending on the structure of the tax in that state. Okay. So California, it will be higher compared to Florida, where it's almost over $5 now in Florida, where in California it's like the $6 range.
Yes.
So you have that crucial point now affecting the consumers here. But if I can just quickly touch this impact of Jamaica and other countries, if you don't mind. Now, a theme which I argued on for many years is the issue of Jamaica boosting its independence in terms of food security. You cannot depend on your belly. The man overseas putting food inside of your belly and your picnic belly. And we have so much land. So you find that this dependence under the IMF structure, we import a lot of food, will make us now also have a more harsh reality with that concern. And another point, you have so much sunlight. Why have not we rapidly developed alternative energy forms such as solar? Yes, you're gonna have orchids and may come other things like that, but you can build up your independent forms of getting energy, electricity, solar, wind power, water, for example, and it's like, for example, Cuba is caught in a bind, but Cuba has reached 40% in terms of solar production with China's help. And by 2027, given this thing now with the blockade, they're now moving to achieve at least 100% of their energy coming from solar, where oil and gas is just a backup for industrial production and so on. So everything comes back down to what is your attitude? Are we still in slavery? Are we going to make the mental slave mentality that we feel say we can't eat breadfruit chips or we can't eat breadfruit? We can't grow on the rice. We have to get white rice from America and all. So the cost which this war is having, come back to our own mentality. The short sightedness of governments over the years.
Yes. Yes, you're right on the button with that, Norris. We ought to be doing more to, help ourselves and to reduce our costs and reduce the amount of money that we have to be finding to buy these goods and services, because that is putting a lot of pressure on Jamaica because we are not earning enough, right? And therefore, it is going to impact us negatively. Yes. And but back to America, I just want to, because one of the things why I know that one of the things about the American economy, that wages are not going up, but the cost of food and has been, food and clothes has been, at a level that, it released the pressure on the pocket. But for example, I can really imagine that what you could get, the amount of food you could get for $20 now in the supermarket, it is far less now. And therefore, it is putting more pressure on the workers to live, right? And
okay, it's all good.
Yes, and therefore that is going to put more pressure on Americans, and it might have an impact on the ability of the Jamaican and foreigners to send money back home to their relatives.
Yeah, that is a very, very, very good point, Desmond. And impact and remittances, money going back home, is going to be felt. And that, as you know, has been one thing running the Jamaican economy and keeping families afloat in the hard times.
Yeah.
But here, for example, the national minimum wage in America has not risen for over 20 years. So you have a basic national minimum wage of about $8 per hour, which has not risen. Even though, for example, cost of living has been going up, the prices of everything has been going up, rent has gone up. A basic one bedroom at one time, say 10 years ago, a one bedroom was going for about $400 or $500. One bedroom now is over and up to close to $2,000 a month. Mm-hmm. So we have, for example, in many areas, families have moved back home. Mm-hmm. The children graduate from college, and instead of go and start their life, there's 10 cars in one home on the sidewalk because of the concentration of families coming back home, amongst other things. So the impact on family life. So it's not just the cost structure which has moved. The quality of life also has moved, where it has gone negative in terms of people put the expectation of the future. There's a poll which was done which said that only 25% of Americans have a positive expectation of the future, either for themselves or for their country. And this was before the war, right? Yes, and I've written about that in the Gleaner. So in other words, already there was this feedback on, so-called labor productivity. If a man feel good about himself, he will work harder. Like in the Jamaican farm, when they have work there, where people are singing, they go from Miss Mary Farm to Mr. Brown, and he's in a good mood, and they have a labor spirit. When you translate that in the broader economic context, when people are turned off They go to jail. They're just going through a motion. They wondered about their existence. You know, why am I existing? God, dear God, help me. How am I gonna get out of it? You know, but the appeal to the Almighty is where people, you know, the spiritual sense of hope gonna lose hope in the future on this earth where they are living, where they are striving for existence.
Yes. Well, Norris, we hope that things will improve, but you know, the policy makers, that the policies that are being implemented now, it is killing the hope, because war is an affair that is costly and it is negative, right?
Yes.
And what we would like to see is the Americans and the war makers, you know, just decide that peace is better than war. Because if they continue, then we are going to be facing a whole lot of difficulties. We have to put the brakes on that for today, Norris, but as you know, we have to continue to keep these issues on the front burner, because these are issues that are impacting the lives of the people. I thank you very much for your time, sir.
Yes, sir. Respect. Thanks for having me, and to your listeners in the Red Land. Best wishes.
Okay, thank you. It was journalist Norris McDonald there, and we were talking about the impact of war on the society, and by the look of things, it is very negative. This is Rebel Radio. Let us go for a break. Yes.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Welcome to Caribbean Business Review, where insight meets impact. We bring you economic and financial updates, sharp statistical breakdowns, and data-driven insights on the forces shaping the region. Smart analysis, bold ideas, real Caribbean intelligence. This is CBR. Welcome to episode 8 of season 3 of the Caribbean Business Review. I'm Joseph Cox. Now, thank you so much for your continued support across MKR Radio and all our digital platforms. At the outset, a quick platform update. Our companion publication, the Caribbean Financial Dispatch, is evolving into a more structured platform for independent economic, fiscal, and policy intelligence across the region. The transition to a new platform will expand our analytical depth, strengthen regional insight, and introduce new features designed to better inform decision makers. Readers can now follow the dispatch at caribbeanfinancialdispatch.substack.com. Now, this week, on CBR, our special guest is Andrea Livingston Prince, regional private sector expert. We discuss the transformation of Caribbean business climate as the region navigates a new wave of structural change driven by digitalization, geopolitics, capital flows, and evolving regulatory frameworks. And in today's CBR briefing, we examine energy shockwaves as the Gulf crisis hits the Caribbean. A clinical review of how the current U.S., Israel, Iran tensions could ripple through regional energy markets, shipping costs, and tourism flows. But before we begin, there is another development we are obliged to bring to your attention. Now, this week, CIBC Caribbean confirmed it will cease issuing British pound checks and bank drafts from March 31, following the withdrawal of the service by its correspondent bank and the broader global shift towards electronic payments. Now, at one level, this reflects an unavoidable trend. Paper instruments are disappearing as financial systems migrate towards faster digital platforms. But the Caribbean context requires a more careful reading. The issue is not digitalization itself, it's sequencing. In Jamaica, the central bank reports that internet banking fraud has surged by roughly 890% since 2020, reflecting both the rapid expansion of digital transactions and the growing sophistication of cybercrime. For many households and small businesses, bank drafts have long served as trusted settlement tools for overseas payments. When traditional instruments disappear faster than digital trust is built, the risk is not simply inconvenience, it's financial exclusion. Digital transformation in the Caribbean banking system is inevitable, but it must move at the speed of trust. Now let's turn to the stories we are tracking this hour in Market Watch and Global Pulse. Coming up in the Market Watch, Hurricane Melissa damage revised to 56.7% of GDP in Jamaica, Guyana unemployment falls to 6.8%, and St. Kitts and Nevis faces slower growth. Then in Global Pulse, drone strikes halt Qatar LNG output, U.S. preparing 15% global tariff on the Temporary Trade Authority, and Hormuz tensions push tanker rates to records. All that and more this hour on Market Watch and Global Pulse. Coming up next is the CBR Briefing. This is a CBR Briefing. Events unfolding thousands of miles away in the Persian Gulf may appear distant from the Caribbean, but for small, highly open economies dependent on imported energy and global shipping networks, the economic transmission is immediate. Escalating tensions between the United States and Iran have already begun disrupting tanker movements through the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most critical energy corridors in the global economy. At the same time, attacks on energy infrastructure have forced Qatar Energy to suspend LNG production and declare force majeure on shipments, immediately pushing spot prices higher. Together, these developments are tightening global energy supply while pushing shipping and insurance costs sharply higher, a combination that could quickly translate into higher fuel prices and imported inflation across Caribbean economies. For highly import-dependent economies in the Caribbean, rising war risk insurance premiums and freight costs effectively function as an additional tax on imports. Rising shipping and energy costs do more than raise consumer prices. They also increase the region's demand for foreign exchange, meaning global supply disruptions can simultaneously drive inflation and widen external imbalances. But energy markets are only part of the story. Beyond energy markets, the conflict is also beginning to ripple through global supply chains. Early disruptions have already appeared in agricultural and manufacturing trade, with rice exports delayed at Indian ports and fertilizer prices rising sharply as shipments of key inputs move through the Gulf. Nearly a third of global urea exports and significant volumes of sulfur transit through the Strait of Hormuz, meaning prolonged disruption could raise global food production costs. For the Caribbean, where agriculture depends heavily on imported inputs and where food import dependence is already high, sustained increases in fertilizer prices could translate into higher regional food costs and additional pressure on household budgets. There is also the potential impact on tourism. Another transmission channel may come through aviation. Most major U.S. airlines no longer hedge jet fuel costs, meaning sustained increases in oil prices feed directly into operating expenses and could translate into higher ticket prices for Caribbean-bound travelers. This matters greatly for the Caribbean, where tourism contributes anywhere between 15 and, in some small island economies, as much as 85% of GDP once indirect effects are included. Higher jet fuel costs could therefore soften travel demand to Caribbean destinations. But the impact across the Caribbean will not be uniform. While most economies face higher import costs, energy producers such as Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago occupy a very different position in the current environment. Guyana, now one of the fastest growing oil producers in the world, could see a significant revenue windfall if global crude prices rise even further. Trinidad and Tobago faces a more complex position, though. Higher global gas prices could boost export revenues from LNG and petrochemicals, yet persistent natural gas shortages continue to constrain production. At the same time, the closure of the Petro-Trin refinery means Trinidad must import refined fuels, exposing the domestic economy to higher global petroleum prices. For the wider Caribbean, the current volatility is likely to revive policy discussions around fuel hedging while strengthening the economic case for accelerated investments in renewable energy systems capable of reducing the region's long-standing dependence on imported fossil fuels. However, for the Caribbean, external energy and shipping shocks are not cyclical disturbances. They represent structural vulnerabilities that can quickly transmit into inflation, external imbalances, and slow economic growth. The lesson from the unfolding Gulf crisis is unmistakable. In highly open economies dependent on imported energy and global shipping networks, geopolitical shocks are quickly transmitted through the prices, freight costs, and external balances. In the Caribbean, energy security is not just an environmental question, it is fundamentally an economic stability question. Now that's your CBR briefing. This is a market brief. We begin in Jamaica, where the economy contracted 7.5% in the last quarter of 2025. Hurricane Melissa damage has been revised to $1.95 trillion, or 56.7% of GDP, while unemployment declined to 3.3%. Remittances rose to $3.49 billion US in 2025. In Guyana, unemployment fell to a record low of 6.8%. In Belize, imports increased 11.7% year on year, while exports rose 12.7%. Tourism indicators strengthened in several destinations. The Cayman Islands recorded 47,000 stayover visitors in January, up 13.6%, while the Turks and Caicos Islands reported a 7% increase in December stayovers, with annual cruise arrivals reaching 1.3 million. In St. Kitts, economic growth slowed to 1.5% in 2025 amid weaker construction and lower citizenship by investment inflows. In Bermuda, authorities updated work permit rules to prioritize Bermudian employment while addressing labor shortages. In financial services, CIBC Caribbean will discontinue British pound check and draft services on March 31, shifting clients to digital transactions. Regionally, Afrexim Bank has increased its CARICOM financing envelope to $5 billion as the CDB reports regional growth slowed to 0.6% in 2025, excluding Guyana, with modest recovery projected for 2026. Now that's a market brief on CBR. For more, look for us on YouTube and Spotify.
In a world of constant change, insight is your greatest asset. At Joseph Cox & Associates, we empower innovation across the Caribbean. Whatever your challenge, we can help. We're proudly customer-centric, offering bespoke solutions tailored to every partner. From innovation and digital transformation to leadership and policy, our services are designed to deliver lasting impact. We partner with leaders across sectors, from finance and government to energy, tech, and infrastructure, helping them navigate complexity with confidence. Our work is grounded in collaboration. We connect regional leaders through powerful networks, driving change through joint research. Discover more at josephcox.org. Joseph Cox & Associates. Insight, experience, impact.
Still ahead on Caribbean Business Review, our conversation with Andrea Livingston-Prince, Regional Private Sector Specialist, where we discuss transformation of the Caribbean business climate.
1. Unlock public-private partnership. Don't make it so complex. Don't make it so high scale. It can be smaller. 2. Unlock public enterprises. This is a fallacy to think that public enterprises don't work in Jamaica. They work and they partner well with smaller enterprises. 3, don't overcomplicate this process we call recovery.
Welcome back to Caribbean Business Review. My name is Joseph Cox, and now we are getting into our strategy deep dive. And today our special guest is Andrea Livingston-Prince. Now, Andrea is a certified management consultant and project management professional with more than 30 years experience, even though I don't believe that word of that. But she's supporting entrepreneurship and private sector development across the Caribbean. She's a chief project manager at Business Works Collective, director of SEED, Rural Economic Development Incubator, and a performance coach, among other endeavors. Now, Andrea, I'm welcoming you to this program. Even though they're teasing you about your 30 years experience, the fact of life is that you're well known as a regional private sector specialist, and the fact of life is that within that context, I have to raise with you something that I've noticed. There is a decided transformation in our business environment right across this region. But it seems to be, well, it's primarily being driven by digital disruptions, geopolitical realignments, and of course, the evolving regulatory framework. But the sad part of it is that our region has been more dogged by what I call regulatory mimicry and international transplantation. So I'm wondering whether or not the adjustments that we are seeing, are they to be deemed to just be a temporary response to, the global dynamic, or does this really represent a more structural transformation in terms of our business environment?
Well, please be patient with me when I tell you that we have all had to bear with our leaders as they navigate sovereignty, being able to stand on our own 2 feet while knowing that our trading partners are larger, more powerful, and their decisions have more consequences on our 2 million, 3 million, and in some of our member states, 100,000 population. So we've had to be patient with leaders as they struggle with how do they deal with this contradictory position. You're a sovereign state. You know that you ought to defend the dignity and the rights of your people and so on. But you also know that you need to be able to practice diplomacy well and know how far you will go. The difficulty with us, in the Caribbean is that we do not have a culture of deciding to suffer for our values. We have seen where we have had Barbados. Barbados has been the most outspoken among us, and we have not yet seen any impact, yes, on their economy. We have seen where, for us, there is a cry from many of our people that our leader need to stand up and say, listen, this is what we defend. These are our principles, and we can't break our relationship. We can't break our commitment, our strategies, our promises to our people because you say so. It's very difficult, and we are the same people that will be saying that shouldn't our leader know better? Shouldn't they be wiser? Shouldn't they know diplomacy? Shouldn't they know how to put together a caucus to get this dealt with? So it is both. It is both a responsiveness to all the mandates that we've signed on to. We sign on to them. We sign to them. We have allowed all these investments from foreign entities, therefore imposing their laws on us. We have reaped benefits from these relationships. And this is an old adage. Many of us have been calling for us to take stock when we take these decisions. Take stock and to educate us on how to make sure that we win as best as possible in these relationships. Or our mindset is we're going to have to suffer the good with the bad, just like accepting FATCA and so on. If you want to trade, this is the way it is. Everybody else does it. Everybody else is doing it. You want to be in the you want to open up your businesses to cross border trade. This is what it involves, and so on. I do know that it is somehow embarrassing to note that that US gets a cold and we have pneumonia.
Yeah. No, I get that, I get that. But you see, the issue for me is this, that if we're talking about our transforming business climate, and yes, we understand the geopolitical machinations that obtain.
Right. Okay.
But equally, we have to look at, so for example, our banking system,
yes,
it is dominated by either the US model,
yes,
or the Canadian model.
Yes.
I suppose we have transitioned by and large from the UK, what used to be considered the UK model. But the thing is simply this, that on the question I want to ask you is measuring that sort of adoption of those models, those respective models in our banking system. Is it that our institutions now, our banking institutions, are they attuned to the needs of the entrepreneurial class, as it were? Are they responsive?
Good point. And we get closer to being responsive each time we have a disaster. Sad to say this, but when in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, when there was the volcano, the banks got more in tune to what they need. Why? Because they realized that their business would fail if they didn't gain a better understanding of the ecosystem. You can no longer plant what you want into the landscape. You have to know what exists with the business sector, with your target customers, and craft accordingly. In 2019 in Jamaica, the Development Bank of Jamaica, the largest national development bank in the region, developed a $23 million credit line for small business. It was 21 and they increased it, 21 million US. And one of the points coming out of that, one of the KPIs was, what's the percentage? Can we increase? Can we see the change in the percentage of each bank's portfolio for small business? What's the percentage of your entire portfolio dedicated, deliberately dedicated? That's your question. Is it deliberate strategy, or the big boys say woof and we say meow? You're asking what is it deliberate? The point is, at the time, there was a statement that, oh, this is private strategy, and we can't speak about it. That was 2019. The then Nigel Clark, at his roundtable meeting with the Development Bank of Jamaica, said, listen, we need to post and celebrate all those banks that clearly, deliberately offer more credit to small business. Now, you would think that it's natural that you would follow what causes development, right? And you're still speaking about how important small business is. Yet still, we did not have a structural announcement. We didn't see that announcement and celebration in our ecosystem, the largest English-speaking country in the Caribbean. We didn't see this happening until 2024, 5 years later, and 2 years before, and 1 year before Hurricane Melissa. What am I saying? I'm saying that it is time for us to demand what we call business sophistication in our ecosystem, and therefore be better able to respond to the international forces. We have to set our own agenda, Joseph. And right now, we are responsive. A decade ago, we were responsive. We have always been responsive in the last 20 odd years. We were just responding to what came at us. And we said, what are we to do? This is the best we can do because we're small, and small is vulnerable, and vulnerable means we are complicit. We are compliant with anything that we are. So are negotiations real? Are trade negotiations real? That's the question I'm asking an expert like you. If trade negotiations are real, please tell me.
Indeed. No, but then you see, I'm curious because when we have these kinds of conversations, part of the challenge that you face is that, yes, the banks are using the traditional ethos then in which they were raised. I mean, you have institutions across this region that by design, they do not lend, they do not entertain startups, and they do not entertain micro businesses. And indeed, in some cases, they don't entertain small businesses.
Right.
But then, fine, that is a gap. But what I'm not seeing is the emergence of, and I'm not talking about people doing, what do you call it, almost loan sharking type thing, these extraordinary payments. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
But why am I not seeing, or where is the response from the market that you have venture capital, but not the traditional venture capital, which is only for the very large type of enterprises, but for the MSME grouping? Where is the market responsiveness to that, and why are we not seeing something like that? Because it seems to me that's a need.
Fantastic. So in about 2022, the Development Bank of Jamaica started this with the IDB funding. Started this alternative capital markets, and it then became region wide. What you're seeing is it not being large enough, it's still going for the sophisticated. So what here is where you are going to be pleased. In 2025, the Jamaica Stock Exchange started its micro market machinations. It started to put that in place, to design it. Still in the early phases. It still has questions to answer about where do we get the pipeline from? How do we prepare them? Or do we have enough to justify the market? Those questions still remain unanswered. And the answers lead back to the same point that same place that I started. We need to make sure that our business climate honors and even mandates and empowers and encourages business sophistication. What it means is that regardless of your literacy level, your business literacy level, your financial literacy level, there are certain things in your ecosystem, it's spoken about, it's led in a way that makes your business easy. I'm sorry to say this. Why? Because there's hardship enough in making it work. But you want compliance, but it's difficult to be compliant. You want success, competitiveness, but it's difficult to access the services and partners.
So, but then again, Andrea, with the greatest of respect, that all that points to is that there's a market gap. Forgive me if I'm not particularly swayed by an argument that we are in the midst of developing this response in this market, because the fact of life is that if we're not careful, most of us will be retired or probably worse by the time these things come to fruition, right?
I get you.
And no, because there is an execution lag. There's a lag in how we do things across this region. But what I am not seeing, because nature abhors a vacuum, and this is how you end up with the what I call the international institutional implantation. Because
Agreed.
what I'm not seeing the rapid responses to these obvious market gaps from within our own. So therefore, the larger international players will come in and do their done and respond.
Agreed. And here's the thing. You know more than I do about how fast things get done if a discrete project is created. And you know more than I do that we have never been good at identifying, initiating, go. We've never been good at it. Any project you see on the table that's causing impact or generating results started 10 years ago, 5 years ago. So, yes, I have to agree with you. And I'm using this opportunity to make a call to our governments to make a decision to stop being slow. It's a simple request. Stop being slow. But there's paperwork to do. There are processes, Andrea. Those processes need to be better. They're not enough. So I'm agreeing with you wholeheartedly. They're inadequate, and they're not unproductive, and they're not causing what we know you want to cause. It's not happening.
No, well, I mean, I look at things. You're also in another sphere. Because when I speak to people from right across this region, one of the things that strikes me, things like, for example, you have a number of vendors who, when I say vendors, small and medium, right? But you have vendors who want to establish bank accounts. They want to scale and drive their business forward. But we have managed to create an institutional framework where, frankly speaking, it is easier for a lot of our businesses, and a lot of them are doing it, a lot of our businesses to register in third country markets and then come and operate in their respective locations. Now, to me, I don't understand what is what is required to really truly transform this sort of behavior, because we it's not that it is unknown, it is not given. So I carry to a practical example. Cruise ships. A lot of these countries right across this region, tourist-dependent economies, tourism respect accounts for anywhere between 15 and 85% of the GDP. So it is significant.
Significant.
A cruise ship comes into most of the countries now. Do you know that very little? In fact, in the Bahamas, this is such a funny thing I heard from the other day with one of our guests here. In the Bahamas, the average cruise passenger spends $90, $90 US dollars, right? 90. You know why? Because most of the places that they go to, they don't have the card machines, they don't have access to that type of equipment, right? Most of the vendors, people, pushing the tourist stuff and so on, they don't have that. They accept cash. But the cruise ships, and you can't blame them, tell the people don't go into a strange port with cash. So there is no nexus there. We're shooting ourselves in the foot and calling it progress.
I get you. And let me tell you where I see the gap. That's a private sector development response.
Yes.
That's a private sector response because it takes one incubator, one professional with one machine or one NGO or one member organization to buy a machine, to get subscribed on a machine and offer that service. A transparent service where you book that thing through it and you can see each person's sales and then generate the spreadsheet. I am not hiding anything. It's coming straight from the terminal. And this is where you know how much your receipts are expected to be. And this is my fee for that service. I am not passing on the fee. I'm not breaking my agreement with the bank. I am simply saying that my service of offering this digital collection, it carries this fee. Yes, whether it's a percentage of sales or a flat fee, your model will be determined by your level of effort and so on. But the point is, for me, that's a private sector response.
Yeah, but then you say, Andrea, the fact of life is that, because you see, for me, this is no longer, I don't get into the government blame thing or the private sector blame thing. I
get into the government blame thing. I get in there because that's the only way we're going to help them. We have to tell them what we want.
But I hear you. But for example, in a number of countries now, two that I can think of off the top, they have put in place what has been the secure transactions framework, which is basically the ability to use non-traditional forms of collateral for the institutions to do it. Frankly speaking, I have not yet seen a success story.
No.
It really has not worked. In principle, it is supposed to be work fabulously and unlock financing for small, medium, whatever enterprises. But it has not. It has been rejected by the system. No, you can't, of course, and so government needs to do this and government needs to do that. They have put in place these sort of strictures. The market response is muted or non-existent, right? The question, therefore, is as we move towards driving this sort of capital formation, this investment within the region, right? For your local, international, whatever. But once you start to drive towards this market uncertainty, this refusal to innovate, it strikes me that has been the biggest challenge that we have faced in terms of our business climate and the transformation of said climate. Because we have some power players who control the market, they're dominant in the industry. There's no impetus for them to adopt any kind of change in or innovative methodology. And at the same time, we have a burgeoning growth in our entrepreneurial sector. I mean, you've seen it now but what it is, to me, and guide me if I'm wrong, I'm not seeing it being formalized. What I'm seeing is burgeoning in informal activity. You have a number of young people. I saw a story the other day about 1,000 young people getting into into the entrepreneurial activity. And I guarantee you not one of them are registered in any formal way.
Can I tell
Because
you
that's how
something?
we drive in that culture.
So let me tell you something. I love the fact that you talk about culture because I think that we are not aware or we're choosing to forget our cultural responses to crisis. When crisis takes place, we do what we need to do to get where we need to go. So 1,000 children missing from the classroom in one district, in one zone. That's just one zone. We don't know the other zones, right? We don't have those numbers. It is very practical to think that mommy or daddy or auntie or grandma says, listen, boss, I would love to send you back to school. I know you should be in school, but somebody has to fend for us. All hands on deck. You're the younger, the stronger. Go hit the road, boy. Go do you, girl. This is what we're doing. This is survival. This is not new for us. Those data shouldn't be a surprise. That data shouldn't be a surprise for those who are true to themselves. It's survival. And we have never succeeded at initiatives concerning personal and individual growth on a macro level. It has always, required intimacy, small groups of deployment. It has always required individual ownership. It has always required subgroups and so on that all huddle into one major group. It has always required additional workforce to address the issue. But check how many ministries, departments, membership organizations have increased their workforce, have increased their initiatives. Ask JBDC how many contractors do they have now to get out into the field, to incubate and to serve those people who are into recovery mode. Ask them, did they get a budget for new initiatives or to deepen their initiatives with this crisis? So if we were to recover in 2 years, we're going to recover in 9 because we refuse to respond to our culture. Because overseas, one second, I'm sorry. Overseas, you are told to micromanage is bad. Here, to micromanage, it's not about being nitpicking. It's not that. It is redefined in Jamaica's culture. It's about managing on a smaller scale and getting the intimacy and reaping the rewards at a faster, more relevant level.
But then, all right. Let me ask you, because we know the ills of the system now. We trust me, painfully familiar. But tell me about the infrastructure. Tell me about the framework that you want to say in a couple of minutes, because we soon come up to the end of our conversation here. Tell me about that. What is it that can be done in the short, medium, and long term, really to be the impetus for the real transformation that we know is going on, but needs structure? Tell me what is the framework that you look forward to?
First and foremost, every single business-related organization in Jamaica, I'm going to start with Jamaica, in Jamaica should have its mandate connected to recovery. It should, and recovery shouldn't be confined to the hurricane belt, to the region, to the parishes or communities that got harmed. It's now all Jamaica. Why? Because it is showing up all the ills in our businesses and the low competitiveness, including the banks, including the large organizations. The studies show, and we've had this data for about 10 years ago when Dr. Lawrence did his study, which showed that our large organizations are not as competitive as they ought to be. So it's no longer just the MSMEs or the nano firms or the micros that need help. We need to seize this opportunity and create, and everybody need to get their mandate and to get their work plan on a micro level. Get their partners together from private sector. So it's now private working with public. Get the NGOs, membership groups, and civil society with their roles. Yeah, and everybody, and you have a defined period, 15 days, 15 days maximum to come up with your plan. Yes? And we all get to the table. Everybody has a lead point, and we all put together and we get one. Move. Next, step 2. Step 2 now we move into what does medium term look like? What do these KPIs require, and how we're going to get there? Believe me when I tell you, we all know. We know. But we need to be in a room and stop thinking that we know everything. We need to stop it. And you can't say that you are going to distribute based upon who you know and who you trust. It cannot work that way. If you play a role in the ecosystem, get into the room. I call you into the room. It's your job to know. Somebody knows who are the members in the ecosystem. Get there, get that plan, get that work plan. And you have people that's all they do. They monitor, report, learn. Monitor, report, learn. Those who aren't supporting it as they ought to, I'm sorry, thank you, but this is not the time for your point, and you need to join your ills, and you need to join the group of needing rehabilitation. This is how we have to do it, and we have to keep it moving. We need to remove our feelings from this process in terms of how we feel about other people and other entity, and how we think we are, or how great we think we are, and focus on the beneficiaries and the investors, because private sector investor, small business investment is still investment. Focus on local investment, and to all local banks, you need to be you. There is a model, as you know, an economic model around domestic banking. Domestic banks, don't try and make anybody. Be you. What do you bring to the table uniquely?
I'm a little confused. So what you're saying is that there needs to be deeper collaboration. You need to what?
It's a mandate. It's a mandate.
A mandate.
It's a mandate.
A mandate. But the fact of life is that with all that, even if you mandate something of that nature, given sometimes the ownership structure of the institutions, etc., that does not really work. That sounds nice in theory, but it does not work.
It will work if you say, as a minister, let me be quiet and let my leaders lead. Let me be quiet and let my leaders lead. All these government ministers need to be quiet and let their organization leaders lead.
No, I'm not saying no to that, That's fine. Because a politician is a politician. But
exactly.
what I am looking at is, for example, look at a place like Antigua. In fact, let's look along. In fact, most of the Eastern Caribbean side, you will notice that the Canadian banks, by and large, I think they've completely pulled out. Scotia is out, CIBC is out of those institutions. And this is what I'm saying to you. You can mandate, a politician can mandate anything he wants to mandate. And then the companies...
Hold on, let me finish the sentence. With his organizations, not private sector. With his organizations. That's why I need to be clear. With his organizations. Because one of the things you don't see is any Caribbean country without a structure. Look at it. They know they have the structure. The bones are there. Yeah. But they don't get the funding. They don't get the funding, but they have the mandate. Those days need to be over. It needs to be over, because it's affecting how we respond to the geopolitical, to the imbalanced trades. It's affecting us.
Yeah. All right. Last question for you, because we're really out of time now. Just give me in 30 seconds. what regulation you think would, if you were given the opportunity to fast track something, what regulation you think could actually be dealt with in the short term that could be transformative, at least to some extent, across the region?
One, unlock public-private partnership. Don't make it so complex. Don't make it so high scale. It can be smaller. Two, unlock public enterprises. It's a fallacy to think that public enterprises don't work in Jamaica. They work and they partner well with smaller enterprises. Three, don't overcomplicate this process we call recovery. It's a very complex issue, but it's not complicated. And we need to stop it, or we're going to find that time goes by and we're worse than we were before we bought that bond, before we did those brilliant macroeconomic things, efforts, before all these countries invested in us. We need to stop it. We need to practice what we preach in terms of productivity. Public-private partnerships need to be simpler and smaller. That window, right now, the window is only for the large, mega large. Two, public enterprises, this thing where they said that where you listen to other people tell you that public enterprises can't work and government should not be in those businesses. Sometimes in small states, it's a state that needs to start. Ask said kids about it. It's the state that needs to start an intervention or a sector or a subsector, and then the rest follow. Partnerships. Three, ministers need to be mandated to ask. Be curious. Stop dictating to their agencies. Ask. Yeah, that's it.
All right, fair enough. Andrea, we have to leave it there. So thank you very much, Andrea Livingston Prince, Chief Project Manager at Business Works Collective and Director of Seed Rural Economic Development Incubator. Thank you very much for your insights today.
Thank you.
Hope that we'll be able to have the further conversations from time to time on this fair. So thank you so much.
Thanks and congratulations again. I'm really proud of you for this program.
Thank you so much. Good.
In a world of constant change, insight is your greatest asset. At Joseph Cox & Associates, we empower innovation across the Caribbean. Whatever your challenge, we can help. We're proudly customer-centric, offering bespoke solutions tailored to every partner. From innovation and digital transformation to leadership and policy, our services are designed to deliver lasting impact. We partner with leaders across sectors, from finance and government to energy, tech, and infrastructure, helping them navigate complexity with confidence. Our work is grounded in collaboration. We connect regional leaders through powerful networks, driving change through joint research. Discover more at josephcox.org. Joseph Cox & Associates. Insight, experience, impact.
This is your Market Watch. We begin in Jamaica, where the economy contracted 7.5% year-on-year in Q4 2025, with revised hurricane damage estimates climbing to $12.23 billion US, equivalent to 56.7% of GDP. Goods producing industries declined 9.3% and services declined 6.9%. Despite the output contraction, unemployment declined to 3.3%, with youth unemployment standing at 10.6%. In tourism developments, the Cayman Islands recorded 47,000 stayover visitors in January 2026, a 13.6% increase year-on-year. Cruise arrivals reached 145,707, bringing total visitors for the month to 193,000. In the Bahamas, international departures rose 2.1% to 141,000 in January, with non-U.S. travel increasing 34%. External reserves also rose 37.1 million US to 2.85 billion US. In the Turks and Caicos Islands, stayover arrivals reached 66,000 in December, up 7% year-on-year. cruise arrivals total some 129,000, bringing full-year cruise passengers to 1.3 million. In Guyana, unemployment declined to 6.8%, down from 15.6% in 2021. In St. Kitts and Nevis, economic growth slowed to 1.5% in 2025, reflecting weaker construction activity and lower citizenship by investment inflows. In Belize, inflation was flat, imports rose 11.7% and exports 12.7%. In financial services, CIBC Caribbean will cease issuing and processing British pound checks and bank drafts on March 31st, following the withdrawal of its service by its correspondent bank. The bank will continue to facilitate pound transactions through digital wire transfers. Regionally, the CDB reports that economic growth slowed to 0.6% in 2025, excluding Guyana, down from 1.4% in 2024. For 2026, growth is projected at 1.1% excluding Guyana and 6.2% including Guyana. The CDB has also launched its 26 to 2035 strategic plan, estimating regional financing needs of $65.2 billion between 2024 and 2033. And finally, Afrexim Bank has increased its financing capacity for CARICOM from $3 billion to $5 billion with the objective of deploying the funds over the next 3 to 4 years. Before we wrap, here's a quick look at regional currencies and stock market performance. CARICOM exchange rates remain broadly stable, with the Bahamas, Barbados, and Belize maintaining their long-standing pegs, while Jamaica trades at 157.48 to the US dollar, Trinidad at 6.77, Suriname at 37.78, and Ghana at 2.18. Haiti's gourd traded at 131.72. On the equities side, Caribbean markets were mixed. The JSC index declined 0.96%, while Trinidad's All-TNT index declined marginally. BISX advanced by 0.13%, whereas the BSX from Bermuda declined by 0.08% respectively. The Caribbean Exchange Index advanced by 0.18%. Now that's it for your Market Watch. I'm Joseph Cox. Global Pulse is up next. This is CBR. This is a Global Pulse. Escalating tensions in the Middle East are disrupting traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, which carries roughly 20% of global oil supply. Iranian drone strikes forced Qatar Energy to declare force majeure on LNG shipments. Qatar exports more than 75 million tons of LNG annually, raising concerns about supply disruptions and surging spot prices. Shipping prices also tightened sharply. VLCC tanker rates briefly surged above $423,000 per day before easing towards roughly $220,000 as some ship owners suspended Gulf operations. The gas price surge is already affecting industry. In Poland, Grupo Azoty suspended new orders for nitrogen fertilizers after producers in Egypt, Algeria, China, and the U.S. raised prices by $45 to $70 per metric ton. Inflation pressures are also shifting. Eurozone inflation rose to 1.9% in February, with core inflation reaching 2.4%. In the UK, grocery inflation increased to 4.3%, while markets reduced expectations of a near-term interest rate cut. In Asia, China's economy surpassed 140 trillion won, roughly $20 trillion in 2025, supported by domestic consumption and tourism spending. In Japan, capital expenditure rose 6.5% to a record 15.4 trillion yen in the fourth quarter, while unemployment rate edged up to 2.7%. Now, trade policy remains in flux. The United States is preparing a temporary 15% global tariff under the Trade Act of 1974, while maintaining the suspension of duty-free entry for low-value imports. About $175 billion in tariffs previously ruled unlawful remain in the U.S. Treasury, accruing roughly $700 million in interest per month. Meanwhile, the EU has proposed a Buy European industrial strategy requiring 70% EU-made components in strategic procurement. Elsewhere, Canada and China have begun resetting trade relations, easing tariffs on agricultural product exports, and reopening beef imports. And finally, Cuba has authorized public-private business partnerships for the first time in nearly 6 decades, expanding market reforms across the economy. But before we wrap, let's have a brief look at the commodity and international stock markets. Energy prices surged sharply. West Texas Intermediate crude rose 12.25% to $90.93, while Brent climbed 8.45% to $92.63, with the OPEC basket near $90. Natural gas also gained 5.46%. Equities were weaker across major Western markets. The Dow fell 0.95%, the S&P 500 declined 1.33%, and the Nasdaq dropped 1.59%, reflecting investor caution. In Europe, the FTSE 100 slipped 1.24%, while the DAX and CAC 40 also posted losses. Asian markets were firmer, with the Nikkei up 0.62% and Hong Kong's Hang Seng rising 1.72%. Overall, markets reflected rising geopolitical risk, with energy prices surging while equities in the US and Europe moved lower. Now that's it for the Global Pulse. I'm Joseph Cox, and this is CBR.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, Hardware, and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware. I need you, Lord, right now. Yeah, yeah. I must tell Jesus all of my trials. I cannot bear these burdens alone. In my distress, kindly will help me. He ever loves and cares for his own. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. I cannot be. My burdens alone. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone. I must tell Jesus all of my troubles. He is a kind and compassionate friend. If I ask him, he will deliver. Make whole.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And it's time for workers' time. Yes, this is where we spend our time on Mondays at this time looking at what is happening in the workplaces, yes. And I have with me two trade unionists. They're Mr. Clifton Grant from the University and Allied Workers Union and Mr. Vincent Morrison from UCASE. And we are going to be looking at what is happening at the workplace and other issues affecting workers. Gentlemen, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, sir. To you and your listeners.
Yes, sir.
Good evening to you and your listeners. Good evening, Robin.
Yes.
Long time I don't see you. I don't think I've seen you since you started, my brother. Yes, I know you're okay. I know you're okay. Yeah, man, I'm good. I'm not taking that you are good. Yes, man. Thank God to Jesus. Yeah.
I would like to start this evening discussion by both of you giving me, now we are in the third month of the year, and I am asking both of you what are you seeing? What are the signs that you have seen at the workplace so far this year? What are the expectations?
Well, if I just start off, for all intents and purposes, we can go as far as the Far East. Because what is happening in the Far East, the Gulf states, Israel, Iran, name all of them, is going to have a most deleterious effect on the workplace. There's no question. And that doesn't mean that workers in Jamaica mustn't survive, because prior to the action in the Gulf states, the workers were coming under severe pressure, resulting from burial. Then the dragon they call Melissa. And I've always want to make the point that if the workers don't have money to spend, then the economy, and if the economy is not growing, you will end up with a vicious cycle. Not to mention low growth, which leads to poverty, which affects everything. Our educational system, our justice system, and I dare say that the more poverty we have, is the more crime we're going to have. So I want to call on the government of Jamaica to see how we can forge some sort of national partnership. Let us put the politics aside for another 2 or 3 years until the next election, certainly, and see how we can, and this is how we see great leadership. Great leadership knows when to call its people together, all the sectors together, and get everybody to be working in one direction. So For example, the situation with Cuba and the doctors. That should never happen because, in my view, that is a clear U.S. dictated policy. It has not to do with trafficking person, etc. But the Minister of Finance is supposed to be making a presentation in God knows tomorrow. And I certainly would want to know, here, speaking on the public sector wages. Because, the public sector wages are always a signpost as to what's going to happen throughout the rest of the economy. So we have to wait on that tomorrow. But if I were the Prime Minister, my approach from here on would be to see how we can adopt, the old Indian adage, which says that when you bury the hatchet, you don't mark the spot. And thereby getting all Jamaicans, all the sectors, everybody together to see how we can come up with a doctrine to grow the economy and to keep the people of Jamaica, to feed the people of Jamaica, and to develop the country in spite of what is happening internationally.
Yes. Clifton, let me hear it from you.
Well, I just want to under the issue of being brought to the table. The war is raging. I think we're going to have impact, especially when we go to the Central Asia. And when it begins to have impact on the light bill and the other bills, that use the product that we import heavily. And before I just want to underline that the concern, some of the experts are saying that we should the companies should import and stock up because we don't know what the price of oil is going to be the following year. Listening to the news, I heard that it is moved from 70 to around 120 as we are around. What impact that we went to have on us? We have seen this thing like this in terms of the impact of oil and the Jamaican economy in the 70s. And it seems that we are heading into that direction now. So I just want to underline that. And I want also to underline the whole question of what impact the absence of the Cuban doctors is going to have on their service. I listened to the media news today, and I heard some persons expressing their fear as to what will happen to them, given the fact that when we got Cuban doctors for a year, the system was under stress, so people wait long hours to get treatment. The absence of them from this system, it is going to get worse, and I don't know what solution the government is going to come up with. But it's unfortunate that for almost 50 years we have enjoyed the benefit of the Cuban professionals. And to see it come to an end like this, it's really not a good sign for our development and taking care of the citizens, especially when it comes to health. I also want to note down the amendments on the budget. It is unfortunate that the government is going to continue going down $11 million from the NHT coffers, and that is happening on the back the report we receive in the media. Is that the NHT spent less on housing solution last year than the year before, and they continue to take this chunk of money out of the NHT. An institution with the initiative from trade union moving under the Michael Manley government, the former trade unions and prime minister, to build all the solution for low income persons. And what is going on is not really sending the signal that the NHP mandate, the original mandate, is being maintained and restored. So we have those issues that impact in the public sector workers, the question of the public sector negotiation. We are called to a meeting this Friday at the Ministry of Finance, where I wait 2 years from the Minister of Finance and the Ministry. What is in the budget for the workers? We know that up to last year, we were in dialogue and we raised our objection to what was offered to the workers. We was offered in the first year, and after protest from the trade union movement to an additional 2%. We moved from 0 to 2% in year one, but remain 2.5% and 2.5% for the following year. And that is not going to cut it in terms of putting the workers in a position to really put the cost of living. Then most about low inflation and so forth. Low inflation is one factor, but the workers that we represent survive based on the cost of living. And when you look at the price of goods and services, it is not reflecting the type of percentage that they are boasting about. And therefore, the public sector workers are looking forward for a reasonable increase in terms of putting them in a position to cope with the cost of living triggered by the hurricane the year before and hurricane last year. So where we are now, and the unions just have to do what they have to do in order to protect the interests of their members.
You know something, gentlemen. If the government, would the trade union put forward a plan where the government would provide land for public sector workers in lieu of money? In other words, they can't find money to pay the increases, but they are would the trade unions accept a proposal that land be given to the workers?
We're talking about here now. There's over 100,000 public sector workers spread over the entire country.
Yes.
How much land is available to give each person land in order to satisfy them in terms of their increasing their assets? They've got come on the table, they have to explain how they will implement it and how the workers will be benefiting from it. Not only in the short run, but not only in the long run, but in the short run, because the wage negotiation will to address the pressures that the workers are undergoing now, and he has to start now.
Yes.
In order to survive. But anything come on the table in order to improve the part of the workers, we are not going to turn our back on it. But we have to look at it. At what stage that will impact the workers. And if the situation is to do something to impact the workers' financial and economic condition now, then we have to review how can that be done. Because land is not a short-term benefit, it's a long-term benefit. But we are not projecting anything on the table. But we are protect the immediate interest of the workers.
Yes, yes.
And in any case, the workers will have to have money to build houses, you know. Yeah. If you get land, if you have money, where you build a house, huh? Mm-hmm. Right? So, you know, it's what must happen. The government must sit down with the unions and work out a decent salary adjustment. I'll tell you why I'm pushing this. This government, any they don't give you the impression that they don't have money. I mean, in this crisis, when you take up 75 million and give it to the church, what is workers at the workplace? You know, the people are getting little better than minimum wage as we speak. What are you telling them? You know? You know, we are heading, when I look on the oil prices, the rise in the oil price on the television this morning, as a result of the Gulf mess, the mess that is in the Gulf. It reminds me of the 70s. Yes, because it was the rise in the oil prices. We did not have the foreign exchange, which led us to do creative things. For example, that arrangement with Venezuela, the Petrocaribe arrangement. But what has this government done to that arrangement? Right? So when we talk about the Cubans, when we talk about the Cuban situation, the Cuban situation, you know, there's a thing they call, in economics, they call social wage. So when you go to the hospitals, etc., and you are treated, you have to pay money here and there. That is part of the wage that you're entitled to as a worker in the country. So tell me that they dismantle a program of that sort, where a lot of Jamaicans were able to re-establish their eyesight and what have you. But, you know, it just tells you that the problem that we have out there is a whole question of governance.
Yes.
Things are tough, rough, but governance is an issue. And whether we want to believe it or not, it is a problem in this country. The whole question of how we govern and what we do. Because don't tell me that we couldn't say to Mr. Rubio, no, we can't touch that. That is something that is going to kill us politically if we do it. Right? You know, we ought to be able to talk. This is not a one-sided thing, man.
So honestly, they can do this because the region is divided. When I hear the guy in the Prime Minister talk about the situation of the change in view, but that is not a Caribbean language. And Michael Manley and the others who seem to ensure that the Caribbean is stronger. The current situation in the Caribbean in terms of the governments is really very concerning to the working people, because when we can allow the superpower to invite 2 out of the many to a meeting to discuss the issues that will affect everybody.
It's 4-1.
Trinidad and Ghana was there.
Yeah.
Oh, Trinidad and Ghana was there.
Yeah, so there's the working people in Jamaica and the Caribbean is being pushed back many decades.
Yeah.
In terms of we taking a collective stand in order to improve the conditions of the people that we claim we represent.
Yes. And we observed that after, 3 years, the Prime Minister decided to take his wage increase.
Yes.
And that,
how much percent again is that? How much? I forget. How much percentage is that?
Move from 9 million per year to $48 million.
$8 million.
Okay.
So
that's 9%.
Yes.
In an environment where the public sector workers, all the public sector workers that fall within band 5 and band 10, 11 of the new compensation system.
So one of the first things that should happen in this upcoming negotiation in the public sector, that you should draw a red line at certain levels. Meaning that those persons who get these wafty heavy adjustment, which you have seen little productivity, as there is, in spite of those hefty increase, they should be asked to take a wage freeze for the next 4 years. And you concentrate on those in the middle, going down to the bottom. You bring them up so that they will be able to survive the high inflation that is coming as a result of the high oil prices. That is what should be done. Also, I think the cabinet heavy. I think you don't need 30 odd people to form the executive. You don't need it. You know, that should be looked on. That should be looked on, right? So there's a whole lot of creative things that if the government is prepared to sit down with the trade union movement, we can, because ways we can make recommendations.
Yes. And
it will be interesting to see if they are going to have the stomach to deal with some of those recommendations.
Yeah. And gentlemen, one of the issues that needs to be addressed is the whole question of productivity at the workplace. And listening to the trade unions and to the workers, you know, they are saying if a demoralized workforce, you don't get productivity from a demoralized workforce.
So I say something quickly.
Yeah.
When you give almost everybody a taxi, when one man owns 30 taxi, what do you think you're doing? And you don't have a proper train system. So when a worker who live in Old Harbour, he work and have to stay on the road at least 2-3 hours before he get home. By the time he jump on them yard, put some food in, pick them, you find that he gets a little sleep to come back to work the following morning. Another problem on the road. So what we have to do, if we talk to serious about productivity, we have to solve the transportation problem. We have to solve the transportation problem. That's the biggest problem affecting productivity in Jamaica.
Not only that, we are operating and engaging workers the same way we have been engaging them for the past 60 years. I have seen in work centers where management put trust and confidence in the workers and reorganize the payment structure. That productivity really move forward, because when workers become a part of the system and decide how we move, how we meet the targets and so forth, workers then take charge of the process. But what we have now is a system that is motivating workers, demoralizing workers. But we have the same bottom system where supervisor determines whether the production line is going good or not. They're not listening to the people who are engaged. And I have seen them listen to the workers who engage in the production process, making recommendations and put it into effect, the impact it has on productivity. So we need a total culture shift in terms of the employee-employer relationship, in terms of their involvement in the production and productivity process.
Okay, yes. And Clifton, you represent workers working in the main transportation system. And based on what we, based on what we heard, that the company is set to lose millions again this year.
Well, and yes, Modvin and my union represent workers in the JUTC sector. I was seeing the expansion of the JUTC service, which is a positive move, but I'm not sure if those who are managing the way to make it profitable. I think it is, when I look in terms of the amount of people in the management sector bungling over each other, and the workers who are required to prepare the unit on the road, the dispatchers, the drivers, and so forth, the inspectors. Steadfast and their grouping is not being expanded, but the people who are supposed to supervise and manage the operation. Expansion taking place left, right, and center, and then we ask the question, are they adding value to the company? And so when you talk about the lose billions of dollars, I want to see the analysis they are doing in terms of what needs to be done in order to put the JUTC on a path that makes economic sense.
Okay.
And of course, the influx of taxi operators. You know, I'm not saying that the taxis don't serve a purpose. But if you notice, there are so many taxis on the road that they're actually getting each other's way now. They can't make money because there are too many of them.
Yes. Yes, okay.
You know, and we all know. We all know that if you have people working on a piece of land and you put too many people on that land, the productivity is going to fall.
Land gets trampled on and not the
Someone will chop up on another foot. That is what is happening to the taxi business.
Yes. I want both of you.
That is what is happening to the taxi business.
I want both of you to just hold it there for me. We are going to take a break. This is Workers' Time on Rebel Radio. Let us go for a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio, and we are discussing what is happening at the workplace with trade unionist Vincent Morrison and Clifton Grant. So, gentlemen, from what you have seen so far, you are not optimistic that the plight of the workforce in Jamaica is going to be bright this year. It doesn't sound so to me. I wonder if I'm wrong. Hello? I don't know what is happening to my guest. I'm not hearing them.
You're hearing me now?
Yes, I'm hearing you now. Mr. Morrison is here? Hello, Mr. Who's this, Clifton?
What is you? Yeah.
Yes.
I think we line up now, so you should be hearing us now.
I'm hearing you. I'm not.
One of the problems
Yes.
is that every time the crisis comes around, the first person to be called, I mean, no thing. That the workers. And I mean, when I look into what is happening in our housing trusts, we're 11.5 billion over the past 5 years. It's just taking over. When we do that, I can't see the production or the productivity we get for that. It's a whole for money.
Yes, of course. And the government has indicated that it will going to continue for the next 5 years.
Yeah. And you know what is a good thing? Them can't say it's money fall next time, you know. Because they don't gone.
Yes. But the unions are on the board of the NHT?
Some of the unions are there. Yeah, some of the unions are there. Sure.
Yes?
Lambert is still there? No, we're not there. No,
which unions are on the NHT board now?
I know the IT is there, I know the NW is there, I know the Jamaica Civil Service Association is there.
Okay.
I don't know if any other group is there. Another union group, I'm not sure. No, not that I don't know.
Yes. So I am wondering if I have heard, but I am wondering if the union representation on the board, if they endorse the government's position.
That's that question that I don't answer, and I don't know if there's so to secrecy. So I'll find out. I'll find out and tell you. When I talk again, I'll tell you.
Okay.
I'll find out.
Yes. Because
I can get back to you.
Yes.
And that.
Because this is certainly something that I think the unions should have a voice in it.
Yes.
Because this obviously one of the things that I observe, and I don't know if both of you have observed, that the NHT is building less houses these days.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. That they spent less than housing solution last year than the year before.
Yes.
At the same time, taking out $11 billion over the next 5 years per year for the next 5 years.
Yes. So
if that money that they took had gone into infrastructure, straight infrastructure, which is housing, you know, it would have served the country better.
I think so.
Because it would have a spiral effect in the economy. Right? We would have better housing for sure, the workers would be better off. But then let's just look a bit and look at the Bank of Jamaica. Every time a group out there decide to push the dollar, the Bank of Jamaica run with 30, 40 million. And idea. For the past number of years, we have thrown away over 250 million US dollars just straight away to keep the dollar between what? 157 and about 161. But that's the whole for money that we waste, when we don't have no, when a lot of the schools, the hurricane people who are affected by hurricane are still in the schools. They don't have no shelter. These are some of the basic things, that I have been talking about. That if we govern in a certain way and we make the right decision, we can't go wrong.
Yes.
Eh?
Yes, certainly.
The problem is that we waste too much. There's too much waste, the level of waste in the country. I mean, those old buses that we went to the United States to buy. And then suddenly we hear, so we now buy no more old buses, so we buy new buses. Why couldn't we make a decision from day one that we're not buying no old bus? That we're going to get a group of taxi operator in the parish, minivan taxi operator to come together, a farmer company to take care of the people then. Why we couldn't do that? Eh?
Well,
so we would be building from within. Eh? Is it that we went to America and spent $800 million? $1.154 billion. Thank you. And look what is happening at JUTC. The bus them still have brought down on the road.
They are giving problems?
Yeah, man.
The buses, I don't have any report that those buses are giving any problems, Vin.
Which one? The
school buses, yes.
The school bus?
Yes.
No, man, the first set them by not working. The second hand set not working, That's why the minister had to announce that they have to get new buses. You didn't hear the announcement?
No, I know that.
Yes.
I know that they are getting buying new buses. I heard that, but I don't have any report that the second-hand buses are not working. Is that so?
Okay.
Is that so, Clifton?
They are delivering the service. The report I'm getting is that it is there are some challenges, but it is not like a major thing at this stage. It's a question of whether or not the 100 and that we're supposed to get, we're actually getting for the $1.4 billion.
Okay. Well,
the fact that the government decided to go to new buses, it's a sign that they see a sign of danger in a short period of time. We do it with the buses.
Yes. Well, those are second-hand buses, and we know that those are buses that were removed from the school bus system in America. So I don't expect a lot from them, right? But so we are waiting the minister's presentation tomorrow for us to have a clearer vision as to what the government is offering. So in the meantime, what the unions are anticipating. Let me hear from you, Mr. Morrison. What are you anticipating? Mr. Morrison? Yeah. Well,
yes, sir.
I'm asking, while we wait, what are you anticipating?
You mean from the minister tomorrow?
Yes.
Well, I expect the minister to tell us when we are going to resume the negotiations.
Yeah.
I expect the minister to tell us how how they're going to deal with the energy crisis, because we have an energy crisis as we speak. And I believe that that energy crisis has been man-made, in the sense that if we were still under the Petro-Caribbean arrangement, right, well, maybe based on what happened in Venezuela, we might have give it up, but at least that arrangement was a godsend event, right? Mm-hmm. I want to hear how we're going to feed ourselves, huh? What are going to be the targets in the agricultural sector? Eh? I want to hear what you're going to do for the manufacturing sector. Eh?
Okay.
Because basically, we have to now look on all the sectors and make sure that they get whatever incentive that is possible, mm-hmm. so that they can grow. Because what we have to do with the now and in next year this time, we have to export our dye.
Yes.
Eh? We export, as we have to start to export, to fill the gap needed to pay the fuel bill, etc., etc.
Yes.
So this money that we're throwing into the action, when some people with some people about want money for, we have to stop all of those policies.
Yeah.
Right? The motor car, we don't need no more motor car in the country. When you go to Mandeville, they can't find space to put motor car. Mm-hmm. So why is it that we don't? Well, government will say every motor car come, them get some taxes out for them.
Okay.
But which is the greater good. Mm-hmm. But we have to stop use foreign exchange to import motor cars that some of them soon become obsolete, because you soon have motor cars drive themselves and electrification and what have you. Yeah. So we have to deal with those issues once and for all.
Okay.
We have to take a stand and put more. Rather than talking about put more to come apart, we have to sit down with the Chinese and the French and the Canadians and see how we can get a line, a real line into Portmore, so that all of these motor cars that come in out to Portmore and going to Portmore each day, and the gas that is waste, you can save that. Mm. That has to be done.
Okay. Yeah. Clifton?
So, you know.
Yeah, I want to hear from the minister. How are we going to organize the economy and the different sectors in the economy to make the country more productive, mm-hmm. and to improve the lot of the citizens. After very short a lot of things in terms of where we are as a country, what are we going to do to ensure that we put in place the necessary system to mitigate against climate change, especially the hurricane, and now since last week is 2 earthquake we have.
Yes.
What are we going to put in place to make sure that we have a national disaster in terms of earthquake? What are the systems put in place? Because I think the response to Melissa was really disastrous. People they're still suffering. Mm-hmm. Okay. Because we don't have a system in place to recover from those impacts. And the productivity sector, being about the manufacturing and so forth. What is the plan? What is the central plan to grow the economy? If we don't grow the economy, with the market time.
Okay.
When everybody is smart, beside us, we want to hear from the government. How are we going to deal with the corruption? Mm-hmm. I get reports of state of the taxpayers' money going to waste, and nobody going to prison for it. But if the poor, if the ordinary man go pick a hockey, end up in a prison.
Okay.
So, that is some of the ways we're talking about. How are we going to tap institution that we form to monitor corruption and to eliminate corruption or reduce it? How are we going to build that level of confidence in people who serve to protect the resources of the country?
Okay. Well, gentlemen, I want to thank you both for your time this evening. And at Rebel Radio, let us hope for the best. But as you know, hope is not enough. We will have to put in some work. So let us see what is going to happen. Thanks very much, Mr. Clifton Grant, and thanks very much, Mr. Vincent Morrison. Have a good evening.
And thank you very much, Desmond, you and your team, for giving us this platform to express the workers of that dialogue that is necessary to ensure that we protect the productive sector and the citizens of the country.
Okay. Thanks very much, gentlemen. Okay. That was Workers' Time on Rebel Radio. Yes. Well, you know, it is really a challenging time for the workers. And let us, tomorrow, let us see what the Minister of Finance is going to say to us. Yes. All right, so it's time for Frankly Speaking. Yes. So let's watch and listen to the views on Frankly Speaking this evening. They are celebrating their 200 programs. Yes, yesterday's program was 200 in the series. Let's watch it now.
Here is how to comment during the Frankly Speaking show. On your computer, look to the right of the video. That's your live chat hub. Click the Say Something box at the bottom, type your message, and hit enter. Boom, you're live. On the mobile app, it's just as easy. Tap the live chat button right under the video to open the window. Pro tip, if you're in full screen mode, tap the screen once and hit the chat icon to see messages without leaving the action. Can't type? Check two things. Make sure you're signed in and see if subscribers only mode is on. You might need to sub and wait a few minutes. Keep it respectful, follow the mods' rules, and have fun.
Good day. It is episode 200. Yes, it's episode 200 of the Frankly Speaking Jamaica podcast. And we are so proud and excited that you have been with us. Some of you, through all the changes and the wide berth of national and international issues we have covered or we have taken on. Special thanks to team members Desmond Richards, Winnie Anderson Brown, and Joshua Black, who have remained so faithful and loyal and supportive. Thanks to the many guests who have given flavor and character to the program. And thanks to those technical supporters from the very first program nearly 3 years ago. Today's Frankly Speaking podcast has a changed format and will run for 90 minutes with a bounty of outstanding guests. They include Richard Vernon, Mayor of Montego Bay and Chairman of the St. James Municipal Corporation. Clyde Williams, Attorney at Law and Public Commentator. Later we'll be joined by Patrick Maitland, Editor and Publisher of the Agriculturist magazine. Trade unionist Vincent Morrison. And later still, educator Dr. Darian Henry and businesswoman and one of our early presenters, Mary White. It's International Women's Day. Let's never stop celebrating women. We want to start with our viewer's song created by Winnie. It's dedicated to you, our viewers and listeners. It was Winnie who introduced us to AI early on. So here's Winnie on the viewer's song.
I am here. I'm here, and I would just invite Joshua to just go ahead and play the song.
The lights go up, the mics are lit. We're feeling that energy, that Sunday drive. Whether you're here while the lights go up, the mics are lit. We're feeling that energy, that Sunday drive. Whether you're here while the clock is ticking or catching the replay, the plot is thickening. From the very first word to the final thought, you're the reason for every battle we fought. Oh, to our zealots, the ones who stay, and our viewers watching from miles away. If you live in the chat or on a late night screen, you're the heartbeat of the Frankly Speaking scene. We see you, we hear you, we appreciate the love. You're the spark we're always thinking of. The comments are rolling, insight is deep. Even on the replays while the rest of us sleep, you keep the conversation moving along, growing this family, making us strong. Real talk, real people every single week, giving a voice to the truths that we see. Don't let the fire fade, don't walk away. We've got so much more that we want to say. Your loyalty is the fuel in our tank, and for every minute it's you we thank. To our listeners, the ones who stay, and our viewers watching from miles away. If you live in the chat or on a late night screen, you're the heartbeat of the Frankly Speaking scene. We see you, we hear you, we appreciate the love. You're the spark we're always thinking of. Yeah. Keep watching, keep listening, keep being in you. We'll be right back here with something brand new. Hey, mark your calendars, don't be late. Next week's episode is gonna be great. Be sure to come back, we'll see you then. And frankly speaking, until we meet again.
Thank you. Winnie, how did we get that song?
Well, It's always important to show appreciation to our listeners. And thanks to AI, we were able to use Suno. Joshua and I were able to use Suno to create that song. Suno along with Gemini to create that song for our listeners. Of course, we had to tell them what we wanted to say. And I use this opportunity to say congratulations to you, Franklin, and to Desmond, who has always been here. And thanks to our viewers. AI, it has really made a big difference in what we can do today.
Thank you. And just the last question for now on that. Sorry, Desmond, go ahead.
No, see, you see, AI is trying to make reggae music.
Well, Winnie, I just to get that, you decided on the genre. You decided on you gave them the words that you wanted to say for the lyrics of that song, and then it just got created.
Well, Joshua can tell you that episode where we did that song, at least the words were created along with Gemini, and then Suno did the music. But you can choose any genre of music that you like when you want to create a song using Suno. I have several genres that I have used. I'm a country girl, so I love country music. So I have various things that I have created. But this is a day and age where we can create anything we want. Yeah.
Right. We encourage you to send your questions and comments to us by using the appropriate space on YouTube or following the instructions given up earlier. Now we want to start with some political issues, which Mayor Richard Vernon will help us with. We were expecting Clyde Williams by this time, but we haven't seen him, and we're still expecting Vincent Morrison. Should Jamaicans be concerned about the direction of the country right now? And I'm referring to the end of the Cuban medical program. I'm referring to crime. I'm referring to police fatal shootings. I'm referring to Melissa's aftermath, following all that devastation the country faced, among other issues. Mayor Vernon, you are in government, so I start with you. Should Jamaicans be concerned at the direction of the country right now, or should we just feel pretty satisfied about it?
Jamaicans should always be concerned, because we operate in a space that we don't have 100% control. We have some control, and therefore we always have to be asking ourselves each morning when we get up, where next? What do we improve? What do we maintain? And how do we move forward? So that's the point of concern that all Jamaicans should have.
Well, for you, how was the restoration been going in that part of the world, in St. James, and what's been the role of the council in this? I get the sense that municipal corporations have not had much to do, even though they are close on the ground to the thing. Municipal corporations have not had much to do with the restoration.
So the limits are somewhat set out in the Disaster Risk Management Act and how the central government operates within the space when you are dealing with disasters. Municipal corporations primarily deal with the preparation and mitigative work where disasters are concerned. And in the immediate aftermath, the municipal corporations have to act. The municipal corporations are the entities that ensure that the roads were cleared immediately after the hurricane, ensure that we connect the necessary areas to restore supply chain, work with the necessary entities through the Emergency Operations Center to restore services. And that is about what we do as a municipal corporation. In terms of the larger recovery effort, that is something that central government had to take on because it came with a bigger budget, with much of the decisions that needed to be made to cover a larger area. And as a result, you find that the recovery effort was streamlined through ADPEM it is being streamlined through ADPEM and the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, and also the Ministry responsibility for land titling infrastructure. Those are the entities that had to step in and up to this point in time deal with the recovery effort. But our recovery effort in Montego Bay and across St. James has been steady. There's much work that needs to be done still, but much has been done. And as a result, we have a steady outlook where our services are concerned. They have been largely restored. And as a result, we have reverted to normal operations through the ministry, agency, department, and at municipal corporation level. Therefore, we deactivated the Emergency Operations Center as a result.
Mayor, you are a councillor for part of Montego Bay. When people come and approach you and say, we haven't had our roof back, we haven't had any assistance for this or that, what do you tell them?
First question, were you assessed? Did you apply? If you have applied, then we ask them to be a little bit more patient as they continue to process the applications. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security reported approximately 14,000 reports and reported house damages, and they're from severe to minor damage. And of that, about 10% of the persons have received assistance just thus far. The process is...
Of that, about 10% have received assistance so far?
Thus far, right. So the process is application, assessment, processing, and then the payout. As far as I'm concerned, the application part has been exhausted, and now they are doing the processing, assessment and processing. The assessment is well advanced, and the processing is what we need to get done so the payout can continue. So those are the steps to ensure that person gets assistance. So we continue to, the conversation with the persons, urge caution and patience in terms of how they go about seeking assistance and jumping onto some platforms, believing that they can randomly get assistance from wherever this message is coming from. But that's not the case. They have to be mindful of being scammed and pay attention to the information coming out of the Jamaica Information Service and the Ministry of Labour and Social Security.
Are you concerned that so few people seem to have had assistance so far? I think you mentioned it's 10%. Is this St. James, the numbers you were running there, 14,000 and 10%? Is that St. James?
St. James.
Yes. So are you concerned that at this time, so few people have had assistance? You know, people who have lost their houses, people who have lost roofs, people who have lost possessions and so on. Are you concerned, Mayor?
Of course. I mean, there's room for improvement. And coming out of a Category 5 disaster, there has been much gaps in terms of how we respond in a particular way and how we get services to people, and especially when it comes to the recovery part, how best to ensure that the money is paid out in such a way that does not put the government at risk of breach, of dealing with the auditing part of things and ensuring that person get the assistance at the same time. So it is a situation that has to be navigated properly, but I'm concerned not that they have not received the assistance, but the pace at which it has been issued. But it is happening, and I'm happy for that. And I just want the persons to ensure that they do what needs to be done so that they can get their assistance. What I realized is that many of the persons, they were a little bit reluctant when they were asked to go on the platform and apply. And when they saw that this is a real thing, money is being paid and persons are indeed getting assistance, there was a mad rush closer to the closing of the portal for applications for persons to go on and apply. And of course, that mad rush now, that has to be assessed. Those persons, their homes will have to be assessed by either the Social Development Commission or the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, so they too can get their assistance. The ones who have received, those were the early birds. They're the ones who followed the instructions and are now getting the assistance.
May I know that you are the Desmond, go ahead. Go ahead, Desmond.
So, Mayor, are you satisfied? First of all, the number you mentioned there, that 14,000.
Approximately.
Is that 14,000 the number of victims, hurricane victims in the parish of St. James?
Certainly not. The 14,000, approximate 14,000 are the persons who have applied, who are being processed, or will be processed.
So it therefore means that there are thousands have not applied then?
It is possible, but we have to get the correct data before we can have that conversation.
So are you doing anything? Are the municipality doing anything to gather that data?
That is the responsibility of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security as well as the ADPEM. What we're doing is to ensure that those who are registered and who are poor relief, they are getting assistance through our poor relief department. We have a registered list of outdoor poor, registered list of indoor poor, and we also collaborate with the Ministry of Labour and Social Security to get an update on the persons with disabilities, senior citizens, and other vulnerable groups. We also have, through the Mayor's Charity Fund, the Mayor's Charity Fund Adopt a Home House program, where we seek to get funding locally or internationally. And we are in the pilot phase. We are going to launch the program extensively soon. We're wrapping up that pilot. We have identified 8 homes and houses that we are restoring, and that will be completed shortly. As soon as we have completed that and we look at the SWOT of the program, then we're going to launch it out properly so that we can get some more assistance to those who are not getting assistance through the Ministry of Labour and Social Security.
What is the status? There are some roads which are the municipality of the responsibility of the municipality. What is the status of those roads in the parish that falls under the municipality?
80% of those roads were restored. We still have some that will need extensive work, and we will have to get some special funding to address those in the short term.
Yeah. I saw where the Auditor General named a number of municipalities across the country for delinquency in filing reports. What is the status of the St. James municipality? Is it up to date?
We are 2 years behind. It will be up to date by July of this year.
Oh, you are 2 years behind?
Again, Mayor?
We are 2 years behind, and we will have everything up to date by July of this year.
Okay.
Mayor, can I take you back to another national issue, which we're going to be speaking about a bit here. The Cuban medical program, which is a national program. How do you feel about the end to that?
The doctors from Cuba, they have contributed to the development of our health sector over the years. We're grateful for that. Not only in health, they have also contributed in education. I remember attending Restream High School. One of our teachers was from Cuba. I was a Spanish teacher. And it has been a productive bilateral relationship for that point in time. How I feel about it, I don't know how to feel about it. I'm still assessing it. The information not yet clear. And as soon as I have a proper assessment of the situation, then I know exactly how to feel about it.
I am happy, okay, Mayor Vernon, that you mentioned education, because that has been a concern of mine since the Cuban doctors went. I wonder what is going to happen, if it will affect what happens in education. I know you don't have the answer, but it's an issue that I am concerned about. How will it affect those Cubans who are here in our education system? I know you don't have the answer, but it's a question that I have.
Well, we have to keep it as a rhetoric for now.
Yes, I understand.
Mayor, your parish of St. James was once considered the center of violence in Jamaica. The crime rate has gone down significantly. What's the feel generally as far as you're concerned among your constituents, among business people down there with regard to crime?
Right. So there's a high level of gratefulness being shown towards the police force, the work that they have done, and how they continue to manage crime and violence within the space. We are also benefiting from the confidence among the business operators within the space, being that crime is on the low. And I'm not referring only to homicide, also other major crimes, robberies, rape, shooting, you name it. Those have declined significantly. And Montego Bay continues to enjoy a peaceful space. We have our little blips here and there. Of course, the work is not done. It has only begun. And we have to continue to employ all the necessary tools to ensure that we manage the situation. Apart from policing, there are several other things that we have to continue to do. And social intervention is important. We have to continue to build out our communities. We have to continue to ensure that the youngsters are properly engaged. They have jobs. We have to continue to register our people, ensure that they are properly identified. Our role at the Municipal Corporation to ensure that we roll out extensively the civic numbering so persons can have proper address. So that will help with policing to ensure that the infrastructure within the community is improved so that they have access. And to ensure that we have general social overhead investment right across the parish so that the people can feel a level of security, not just from crime, but also access to basic services. We believe that the broken window theory is applicable in this case. And once you have small infractions happening without being addressed, they grow into bigger situations that will later need significant intervention to deal with. So we continue to address the smaller issues across the municipality so that we can get order. And with that order comes some level of security and protection for our citizens.
I know that we'll explore all the issues. So, Vincent Marceau, welcome. Welcome, Vincent. Is he there? Thought I saw him a while ago. No, but go ahead, Desmond.
What is the mayor's concern about increased police killings?
Well, we don't have that to deal with in St. James, but I've heard it nationally. As I said, I'm a person that deals with the data. We have heard about it, but I don't have the numbers before me to say this is a situation or that is a situation. A proper investigation done with the findings being reported. I know that it is a feeling and it is being reported, but I don't want to comment on matters that I don't have the full information on.
As a leading citizen in Montego Bay, you must be aware of the fact that the police killed more than 300 people last year, as a significant uptick in the numbers, and that the numbers so far this year are significant.
It's over 50. Over 50.
Indicom has put out some data at the weekend. I don't know if Joshua can put his hand on a little segment there. But Indicom responded up to March 6th, and it said the Independent Commission of Investigation was notified and responded to commence independent investigations into the circumstances of a police operation along Comfort Road in Clarendon. This is obviously not St. James. The incident resulted in the fatal shooting of 3 men. This is for Thursday, and the shooting injury of a 4th man. The deceased men have been identified: 27-year-old Michael Pinnock, 35-year-old Dean Williams, and Roshane Lynch. And Indicom's release said 6 persons have been fatally shot by the security forces during the month of March, as up to Friday, bringing the year-to-date total to 54 persons shot and killed in 2026.
Okay.
No wonder if you are troubled
Does the report
when you hear
suggest
those
that,
numbers, Mayor.
so does the report suggest that these persons were killed without challenging the police, or they were
Yes,
innocent?
the report goes on to give the details and that in this
Right.
particular
So
case,
I would have
police
to look
stopped
at
a vehicle
right.
and one man came out,
Right.
pointed his gun at the police, and then there was a shootout and 3 men got shot.
Before we continue, Franklin, let's bring in our viewers. It's important to bring them in at this point. Annalie
Sure.
Bernard
Before you
says,
respond, Mayor,
yes,
Winnie, go ahead. Go ahead, Winnie, please.
yes. Annalie Bernard says the Cuban government is having economic problems and is unable to properly look after their own people. And Grace McLean says, I didn't realize that Cuban teachers are teaching in Jamaican schools. Thanks for the information. And Annalie Bernard says, what about the amount of people that criminals killed? Does not add up to what police killed. And final one for now, Owen Richard says, will the country asking Jamaica to sever its relationship with the Cuban medical personnel fill the void that will result? Back to
All right. Thanks, Winnie. And we're coming back to those questions. But Mayor, just want to move on from the fatal shootings. And somebody here saying, as you notice, that the numbers being killed by criminals doesn't add up to the numbers being killed by the police. But you were asking whether the police were attacked, and that's what they said, that they stopped a vehicle. That man came out of the driver's side, pointed a gun at them, and details of it where the men were shot.
Okay.
Anybody who has been...
Sorry, Desmond, Desmond, let him just answer that before you ask him the other question.
Before we respond, before the mayor respond, let me say this. Anybody who has been living in Jamaica for the last 30 years will know that the police shoot, the versions given by the police in these shooting incidents is controversial. And that is why in the common all right-thinking Jamaicans are insisting that the police should wear body cams so that they can provide and challenge information about these shootings.
Right, Mayor, you were asking that. I was asking you whether you, as a Jamaican person, as a leader in local government, as a leader, whether you were concerned about the numbers.
Well,
and I gave you the numbers for last year.
I pay attention to happenings right across the country, but I want to comment on matters concerning St. James. And if you have that disaggregated information and you can provide it, where it is saying that in St. James there's an increase in extrajudicial killing based on what you're saying, then I will tell you what I think about that. But where St. James is concerned, we have moved from approximately 350 murders for the year down to 52. And at that time, I did not hear anybody saying that, the police is shooting criminals, and too many of them. But now I'm hearing that the number is 52. And I'm not sure if in St. James, the number of criminals murdered are more than 52. But the number is 52. Too many citizens were killed last year. And we intend to get it lower than that this year. So we continue to partner with the police and all the necessary entities to ensure that we drive that number down, because we want to be the safest city in the Caribbean.
Do you support the body-worn cameras as well? Hold on, Desmond. Let me just get him on this. Do you support the wearing of the body-worn cameras for police officers going on these operations, Mayor?
Of course, you need clarity on the situation. Police officers are human beings, and of course, even though they are given a particular instruction to carry out, they might go there and do something contrary to that instruction. So you want to know exactly what happened. So I do support it. The government is pushing for it. So I believe that it is best practice, something that is being executed in other parts of the world and is working well. So if we adopt that, we can get better clarity and we can try cases and we can get more responsible policing within the space.
Before we move on, there's an error
one
of
of the
fact that
significant.
needs to be corrected.
Winnie, please go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Grace McLean, she numbered Anchovy High as one of the schools that the Cuban government built. That is erroneous. So let's remove Anchovy High from that list.
Okay.
Yes.
One of the significant shootings for this year, police shootings, involve a 4-year-old in your parish, Mayor. A child, a baby was killed in his bed in our controversial police shootings in St. James.
Yeah, very sad and unfortunate. And, we have woodlums with families. And sometimes when the police are carrying out the operation, you find that there are very unfortunate cases where they try to attack the police and the police respond. And it just turned out how it was not supposed to turn out. And you have unfortunate situations like those. Very, very unfortunate.
Mayor, I want to thank you for joining us today. You were one of our earlier guests. We spoke at that time a lot about local government, about issues of Montego. I don't think some of those issues have been fixed yet, Mayor, but we're going to come back to them.
I want to congratulate you on your 200 milestone. I remember when you just started. I can't believe you're at 200 already. That's a lot of work. Congratulations to you and the team. That's a lot of work.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you. And we will come back to you another time about local issues in particular. Vending on the street.
Yes. We will have some updates on those.
Market issues, but we will talk about them another time. Thank you very much, Mayor.
All right. All the best.
Richard Bernard. And thanks a lot. That was Mayor Richard Bernard. Now, we're going to move on, but we want to start this next segment. Welcome to Patrick Maitland. Patrick, you look quite relaxed. Thank you for joining us. Also, one of our guests over several issues, and he speaks on many issues. Before we start this section, we'd love Winnie to pick up on, Winnie, you asked some questions, and some of us didn't see the schools listed, so I wanted to take Grace again and some other comments, and then Winnie is going to tell us a little bit about AI.
Okay.
Winnie is our resident expert there.
The Grace McLean, she said that the Cuban government built a number of schools in Jamaica: Jose Marti, Gave Macio, G.C. Foster College, and Anchovy High. And I am taking Anchovy High from that list. I should tell you that I took the advantage of AI because that was not my information. So I decided to quickly research it. And I asked Meta AI, that's Llama 4, and did the Cuban government build Anchovy High School in Jamaica? I knew the answer. I got the answer, no. The Cuban government didn't build Anchovy High School in Jamaica. Anchovy High School is in St. James, Jamaica, and was built with assistance from the Venezuelan government as part of a cooperation agreement between Venezuela and Jamaica. And I know that Venezuela, another Spanish-speaking country, has relationships with Jamaica. Yes.
Yeah, if you were living in Jamaica in the 70s, those of us who were living in Jamaica in the 70s will know the 3 schools at the Cuban.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So we just had to correct that. They were not that side of the world of Jamaica at all. They were not in St. James. Who is this? This comment says, isn't St. James in Jamaica? Doesn't the citizens of St. James travel outside that parish? Why wouldn't the mayor be concerned about the entire country? If I may, the mayor doesn't have responsibility for the entire country. So it is not, I don't think, in fairness to the mayor, he can answer about the entire country. Annalie Bernard, also the police went to the scene of the 4-year-old. They find the child shot. That's a bit of information Annalie is giving. And Grace McLean, I love your spirit. She says, thanks for the correction. Back to you, Franklin.
No, okay, so you know, and AI, Winnie, it's your time to tell us a little bit about AI.
Okay, so in March, let me begin in November 30, 2022. That was when the world changed. That was when OpenAI made ChatGPT available to the general public. And once something is made available to the general public, you know that is not the beginning. You know it has been going on for a while, and now it was released to them. By January 2023, there were over 100 million subscribers to ChatGPT. That's OpenAI's ChatGPT. Also, those of us who remember Bing Chat, no one was using Bing. People hardly used Bing, but Bing Chat was powered with the same technology that powered ChatGPT. So Bing, that put some life into Microsoft's Bing, and Bing is now, Bing has changed over time. So when we think of Google Gemini, Bing has also changed over time as well. So it was just March 2023 that Gemini, it wasn't Gemini then, but what we call Gemini now, it was just March. This month, I am not even sure, I don't remember the date when it was launched. So with AI where it is today, I have never seen anything, and I'm sure no one else in my lifetime has seen anything that has moved as fast as AI. When we just started in 2023, when I encouraged people to pay attention, those days, ChatGPT was making quite a few errors, and it could not give you any information beyond 2022. That is what it was trained on. So it was not able to go to the internet and give you information at the time. It could only tell you what it was trained on. And I remember sharing on this very podcast that it was time to pay attention to what is happening with artificial intelligence. And I even shared with you a mistake that ChatGPT made when I asked about Bard. That was Google's first bot that it put out, Google Bard. And when I asked what was Bard, ChatGPT told me that Bard was Shakespeare, because Shakespeare is known as the Bard. So at that time, I cautioned people not to just take what you get when you go to the chatbots. You should do further research. I still say that now, but AI has come, artificial intelligence has come a long way. They're not.
So Winnie, is there need for caution in using the AI? For example, you said that you checked with regard to the school. Is it should we take as gospel whatever we pick up, and welcome Vincent Morrison, we coming to you. Should we take as gospel when we go to AI for an answer or a question?
No, we should always check. I will share with you.
Check against what? Check against what?
First of all, ask it for its source of information. And in this case, I could check from my own knowledge that the Cubans did not build a school in St. James. So there are times when you ask it for its sources of information. I'll share this with you. Putting green bananas in the refrigerator. That's something I told someone to ask Meta AI, and Meta said, oh, it's a very good idea to put the green bananas in the refrigerator. And then I chipped in and I said, hey, I heard you giving wrong information a while ago. Did you ask if the bananas were intended to be cooked green or ripe? And it responded, my bad, my bad. If you want to cook it, don't keep the green ones in. So I'm saying that you don't just take what is said like that. Just like when we go to the internet, we had to teach that when you go to the internet, there's some sites that you don't take information from. You cross-check with other sites. And we used to tell students, use when you see .edu, .jm, or .edu anywhere, pay more attention to that, because anybody can put anything on the internet. And remember this, that the bots, they have access to everything that is written. And that is why it is easy for them to really give you information. But it's always, the onus is always on those who check to make sure that the information is correct before sharing it.
Right. Thank you very much, Winnie. Thank you.
You are very
Well, we are joined by Patrick Maitland, editor and publisher of The Agriculturist. He's a businessman, and he lives mainly between Jamaica and the US. And I mentioned that because he has some expertise and some knowledge about the diaspora. And Vincent Morrison is a well-known trade unionist. And we should have had Vincent from last week on some federal issues and earlier on. But Vincent, what is your understanding? Welcome again. What is your understanding of what's happening with the Cuban medical program? How do you feel about that? Where is he? Is he gone? Have we lost him? Have we lost him?
Seems that way.
Seems so. All right, Patrick, can we start you off there? What's your impression on what's happening with the Cuban medical program? Patrick, is he hearing us?
Maybe
Patrick's
he's
not
muted.
hearing us.
Check to
All
see
right,
if
good.
he's muted. Yes.
I'm good now. So I've been monitoring this situation a little while now.
Pick up your volume a little bit first, Patrick, please.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I've been monitoring this situation a little while now, and what I understand with it, and I have some friends that are very close with the Cuban workers in Jamaica and also the Cubans in Cuba. I also have friends in the diplomatic mission that are in Cuba as well. And I did a little stint in that mission as well. Not in Cuba though, in New York. So what happened is that, as you would have all known, that the Cuban Medical Brigade has been around a good time. When it started out, it was a free service that the Cuban government was offering to friendly states. And we all know it has some political alignment, right? It was showing how much a communist regime can help. And they were backed by Russia as well at the time. And it was a free service going on for a good while. All the government of Jamaica would do, or the host country would to help with some of the like lodgement and things like that. It was basically a free service. So after a while, Cuba becomes strapped for cash with the demise of the Soviet Union as well, and they're just not getting that level of support. Plus, the U.S. sanction also put a big strain on the economy. So as a result of that, Cuba has to find some way of generating money. So I don't remember exactly when it started, but they began to charge the host country for the service. And most of the countries subscribed to it and was very willing to do it. Now, when it started to really get a little sticky, is when the medical professionals themselves complain. Because, by the way, the government pay the money directly to the Cuban government, and then the Cuban government send whatever to the medical workers. So the medical workers, after a while, they start to complain. Sometimes they don't get their stipend in time, and they don't get the money that is being paid. I understand they get like 50% less of what is paid out by the government of Jamaica or by whichever host country.
That is under query, Patrick, because the figures that I've heard are quite different, and the nature and the way the payments are done.
And who did the workers complain to? Who the workers complain to, Patrick?
Well, first of all, they can't complain publicly because of the situation.
So who they complain to? You are saying they complain?
Yes,
who?
people like myself, ordinary people.
They complain to you?
Yes.
They complain to you?
All right, don't put it like that. People who know them they would complain, but they cannot make formal complaint. And you know that. They cannot make
No,
formal complaint.
I don't know. I
You
don't
don't
know.
know
You
what?
are telling me that they complain.
Yes, they
That's
do.
what you are.
Don't dispute that. Please don't dispute that. They did
I am not
complain.
I
Well,
am not
Patrick, I know
disputing
some
it.
of
I'm
I
asking
know
who
a
they
few of them
complain
and they
to.
have never I know a few of them and they have never complained. But I want to get to the I don't want us to get bogged down on the complaint
Because they
issue.
know
I
you're
just
a
want you to go.
journalist and they don't know if the source is confidential.
I'd love you to explain, Patrick, get to the point where you are going with regard to what's happening to the program.
Right.
Whether you believe that it's some disagreement with the Cubans why Jamaica can't proceed, or whether you believe it's pressure from the U.S.
All right.
administration.
From about 2023, 2022, the government of Jamaica has been, my information that I got, and it was verified recently by Foreign Affairs Minister and the Minister of Health, that they have been negotiating with the Cubans from 2023, and they just don't reach an agreement with it. Because what Jamaica government is saying, they have a few options. One, let's pay the doctors directly, and we'll give a fee as to the what is required, but we pay them directly. Cubans say no to that, right? Then the U.S. now, because remember over the years the U.S. has had several demands on the Cuban government, and the medical situation is just one that came in 4 or 5 years ago. It didn't start recently with Trump, right? And they began to look at it and say, no, these guys need to be.
So you believe because we have to move on, but you believe that the situation has been brought about by the disagreement between the Jamaican government and the Cuban government, and since 2023, and this matter can't be worked out, and hence Jamaica is going to stop getting Cuban.
All right. So hear my point. Hear my point on it now. Every country has to have some strategic partners and allies. Cuba has Russia, China as theirs, right? And other countries, everybody have something. Jamaica has the U.S. as a strategic partner. And if one of his strategic partners say, listen, I don't like that arrangement and I don't want it to be in it, they are gonna listen to their pressure as well. It's part of it, obviously, right? And I don't think it means any sellout, and I don't think it means that we're not being independent, right? There are several things. China, you can't do nothing with Taiwan. A lot of countries can't do nothing with Taiwan if they have a relationship with China, right? And Russia, the same thing with Russia and Cuba. They all have countries that have to toe the line. And that's what happened to small nations many times. So I wouldn't doubt it. The Jamaica government most likely got some influence from the U.S. government. And nothing is wrong with that, because let us look at it too. The Jamaica government is also violating labor laws. If they are following...
Desmond, your quick response before we move on. Desmond, your quick response. Quick.
No, what I know, based on what I know that what happened there, it is part of the American government decision to increase the pressure on Cuba. And remember, if you listeners and viewers will recall that the Prime Minister of was it St. Kitts? He indicated that the U.S. indicated to him that he should cease training doctors in Cuba. And as you know, the Trump administration has increased the pressure on Cuba, and therefore it is using its influence on Caribbean countries. As you know, this area, America says it is backyard, and we must obey or abide by what the Americans are saying. And therefore, I have no doubt that what we see is part of the American pressure on Cuba.
And Desmond, how you respond to Patrick's argument that each country has its own areas of interest, its own strategic partners, and the U.S. is Jamaica's strategic partner, and Jamaica is responding to that strategic partner in the way that Cuba might respond to its strategic partner.
Well,
Russia.
one of the things that we should observe with this, when you have relationship with your strategic partners, is what it does for you in time of need. Because one of the things you must remember, and we should remember, the shortage of medical personnel in Jamaica didn't start in the 70s. We have been having this problem for decades. And our strategic partner, United States and Britain, what have they done to satisfy or to help us with that? What have they done? So yes, your strategic partner. Well, let us see what our strategic partner is going to do now to fill the void left by the withdrawal of the Cuban medical workers.
So I want to say,
and as we move on from the story is not done because there were some questions asked about what's going to happen to the education component of the assistance between the two countries. But beyond that, what's going to happen to fill the vacancies? It's not just doctors, by the way. Many people know that there are also nurses, there are also technicians, there are people who work in the labs. They have served us well over the years. They have served us well. And the iCare program was a standout program that helped a lot of Jamaican people. I'm also concerned as what's going to happen to the training received by Jamaicans on scholarships in Cuba. But I'm sure over the next week or 2 or 3, we're going to hear more. And it concerns me a lot that this hobbling healthcare service that we have is going to be deprived even more of high-skilled, technically competent people.
Let's bring in Owen Richards at this point. Owen
Yes.
says Desmond is on point with this one. And let me use the opportunity to say, Annalie Bernard, I don't see that comment that you said was there about criminals and cameras was not read. I don't know. I have not seen that comment. I've since checked. So please write it again. I've not seen it.
Franklin, can I just make a quick point here?
Yes, and then we'll move on from that because
this may be an opportunity.
Yes. And lots of points to be made about it, Patrick.
Yeah,
go ahead.
This may be an opportunity for Jamaica to get its house in order. 50 years of dependency on Cuba to provide medical training, medical staff. That's an indictment on how we operate and how we
There's a lot of indictments on how Jamaica operates. An indictment when people go to the hospital and spend four days in a chair. And it has nothing to do with the Cubans. That's an indictment.
No. I didn't say that.
This is something I know of.
I'm saying this should be a wake-up call for us to put our house in order.
Absolutely.
We should not be depending on Cuba or any other medical personnel to be filling the gap.
That is true, Patrick, but that is not what we're trying to do by ending this arrangement. This arrangement has nothing to do with Jamaica either intending to set its house in order or having its house in order.
We're going to be forced to. Because bear in mind, Cuba is not the only place with medical personnel. And also bear in mind, the money that the government of Jamaica is paying the Cubans, that same money could have been paid to workers from other countries who are willing to come as well. Right? Because I understand they already...
The real answers are in the hospitals, Patrick. Let me just visit them. Okay. Patrick, we want to ask you now, what's the latest on, and we're still talking about Melissa, restoration, recovery. What's the situation now, briefly, with regard to agriculture?
Well, I think the government has done a good job in helping to get the farm sector almost back to normal. A lot of the fruits and vegetables are flooding the market. There even report that they are glut. I don't think it's quite glut though. I think it's just a distribution problem. So I think if you go around the countryside and if you look at the report, a lot of the fruits and vegetables are hitting the market. Eggs are back. Even right now, people are complaining that.
But we're still importing eggs, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
And eggs are basically near to come back. Bananas is on its way back to within the next couple of weeks. We should be getting bananas on the market, banana and plantain. The
Lots of vegetables are out there, as you
lots
said.
of vegetables. Yes, it's coming. It's
Lots
coming.
of vegetables.
And the support from the private sector was very, very, very good. They chip in, they donated seeds, they donated fertilizer, and the Ministry of Agriculture, rather, they did a fantastic job in really helping to empower the farmers with the necessary resources. But there's still room for improvement. I can tell you that. There's still farmers that still don't have their farms back up and running, and even their own dwelling houses. So it's not totally ready yet, but it's, to me, it's really a step in the right direction.
And about when we're going to get back to where we were 6 months ago?
I think by the end of the year, because remember, you have a couple of the root crop, the major crops, like the mangoes, the akis, a lot of those crops were bumped out. So as it relates to the cash crop, shorter term crop, the 1 year crop, most of them should be back by the end of the year.
All right. Patrick, we want to thank you. Patrick Maitland, thanks again for jumping in and being with us and helping us in the... Didn't really ask how the diaspora is doing after the... you have a word on that after the elections and so forth. What's that whole diaspora movement?
Well, I think a lot of people are... Because the voter turnout recently was similar to previous years. So I didn't see any major setback with it, right? But you still have a set of people who are adamant. They don't believe that the current structure of the diaspora organization is helping the diaspora, right? What I think they are misunderstanding is that the government put in place their structure and system. The global diaspora, that's the government institution that they set up. We, as people in the diaspora, we should have our own independent structure. And I think that's where we are lacking most times. But most people are pretty much...
Well, over the months and over recent programs, we have spoken to people from diaspora, active in the organization and outside of it, and we will do that again. Thank you very much, Patrick Maitland, for your views and bringing us up to speed and your own thinking on with regard to, and we're going to hear much more, I'm sure, about the Cuban medical program. We want to bring in now Dr. Darian Henry and Mary Grange. I think I earlier mentioned her as Mary White. Mary Grange, who has been with us for a long time. And there she is looking spiffy, as they say. Welcome to you both. Welcome to you both.
Thank you.
Welcome to Darren Henry and our colleague Mary. Last week, there was more pain in the nation after an Ocherias High School student, 16 years old, was hit on the back of the head by a schoolmate, and he died. Here's what the Minister of Education had to say on a visit to the school. Joshua is going to play that audio clip for you now. No, we're not getting that clip, Joshua. Okay. It has raised again the matter of who is responsible. Is anybody really responsible when these things happen in the school? Is there anybody to be blamed? Is this the nature of our society? Did I hear Joshua say he's coming through with it?
Yes. Yeah.
Is this just the nature of our society? Go ahead, Joshua. All right, I think we better leave it. We're not having it. We just see the mayor, the minister, Morris Dixon, striding in the school. So, we want to go to, we asked Mary to think about this and other issues. And we want to start by asking Darren Henry. Darren Henry, is there anybody to be blamed when these things happen? And how do we get out of it?
Boy, I tell you, I'm not sure if we can begin from the point of blame. What we can begin with is that we are facing a crisis. And
why are we not hearing you clearly?
You're not hearing me clearly? You're not hearing me?
I'm not hearing you clearly.
I am.
All right, go again. Go again.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, better now.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes,
afternoon. Good afternoon, Franklin, and to members of your panel. I'm not sure we can begin by ascribing blame. What we have to begin with are conversations about what is really happening. We're facing a crisis, and I think we're facing a family life crisis. I think the clip you're going to play with the minister will possibly talk about how we resolve conflicts and how we treat with each other, the interpersonal relationships, and so on. What is happening is that the disciplinary crisis has really taken over our institutions, and our teachers and our administrators do have their hands full. The truth is, Franklin and colleague panelists, family life has changed. The trends in terms of student behavior have changed. But the truth is, our school system has not changed enough to meet the demands of our students. If we look to even the Code of Regulations, which, as you know, was promulgated in 1980, it spoke to the suspension of students. But the truth is, the modern thinking is that the suspension of a student is not the ideal approach to student behavior management. The truth is, our administrators, our teachers, we do have a duty of care, but our parents do have a duty of care as well, because the school system is receiving what the community is producing. And so the school system is trying its utmost best to treat with the maladaptive behaviors of many of our students. Many schools are asking for social workers. There's a social crisis happening in many of our schools. And that's why the call has been echoing for social workers to support the work of administrators and our teachers so that we can have our students behaving properly. So the truth is, it's not a matter of a blame game per se. We really have a social construct problem in our society where our young people who are being socialized differently, they're being socialized by North American media standards, that the best way to resolve issues and the best way is to is to fight it out.
I don't want to focus specifically too much on the Ocherios High incident. But as you know, it's a general problem, and I'm going to come back to you, Darren, after I go to Mary Gray. When people say who is responsible or who's taking the blame, should there be any blame on the school system, or is it on the parents' community? But Mary, we'd love you to jump in, because you had some thoughts for us as well.
Hello, everybody. I'm so happy to be back with you guys. Hi, Winnie.
Hi, Mary.
Mr. Mac, there's either right or wrong in this world, and things are what they are. Family, parents, that's a mother and a father. The person who makes the conscious decision to procreate a life has the responsibility to train up that life in the way they want them to grow. So when we have a manifestation in our schools, a social breakdown, we cannot look to the government, we cannot look to the teachers. We now have to trace it to its roots. Crime and violence and lawlessness in school result from poor parenting. Our parenting structure has failed. Effective parenting balances social norms and standards and behavior in society. Not that you're not going to have poorly behaved children, but they will not be the majority or the norm. Law will reign when parents rein in their children, and that's my view.
But Mary, in many of these cases, there's no male and female who decided on the creation of this on the procreation for the child. The society has broken down in many ways.
Break down, exactly.
And to understand how to fix it, we have to understand really what has happened. Wouldn't you agree? So is the issue going to be state intervention more, or just say to the community, fix it?
Well, good thing you point that out, that it starts with parents who are not unfit parents procreating. So if we want to go to a state, I'm sure Prime Minister Holness, we could suggest to him that he start castrating people who he believes is unfit to solve the problem. We get straight to the bottom, get straight to the root. If you're not fit for parenting, we like animals. You want to be treated like animals.
Desmond is asking if you should start doing what?
Doing what? Castrating the children. Castrating parents when they come to an age. Once you deem them unfit.
Mary, withdraw that statement.
I don't agree.
Okay, brother Desmond. I will.
Withdraw that statement.
I don't agree.
My serious answer no is. My serious answer. When we have unfit people given birth because they have been blessed with the mechanisms of procreation, then we have a serious problem. Is this a problem for government? No, I do not believe so. I believe that this is a problem for community. And when I say community, I mean church community, charity community, and all of those social communities within the community to counsel and guard their
Okay, that's our program for today. Thanks to all my listeners and viewers. Yes, thanks to my technical operator. And remember, we are urging road users to be careful. Too many fatalities. And the latest data indicate that the murder numbers for the year has reached 100. The police say, well, it is still 28% below what it was last year. Stay safe until Wednesday. This is Rebel Radio and I'm Desmond Richards.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at Tuesday.